is going on? Oh well, let's get this going. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, this is the lore percent of this amazing game here, Tales of Phantasia. If you don't know the game, Tales of Phantasia is a game that was never released outside of Japan. There is a fan translation if you'd like to play it. However, since I'm playing this on console, on the original cartridge, it will all be in Japanese. However, in what I call lore percent, I aim to explain the entire story alongside explaining what I'm doing in the speedrun in order for you to catch as much as possible. Further, I'm going to disable comparison against my splits. It doesn't really matter how long it takes me to complete this run, as long as I'm, let's say, under 4.5 hours, we are fine. Well then, this is more or less a mix between an action and a tactical RPG. You will see what I mean with that. So first of all, we start a new game, and I would like to name my characters. We just generally have the theme of a character name with animal names. In this case, we're going to go with Moth. However, if you are really serious about the speedrun, you would only choose a character name with a single letter, so the text would go by a bit faster. So, well then, let's get this going. 3, 2, 1, go! So, this game starts off with some really nice little voice acting, and also battle cutscene. This is the battle scene where a party of fighters and the mage are fighting against this long, big blonde dude. This big blonde dude is called Daos, and he just got hit by an indignation spell. He kind of goes and says something along the lines of, "No, this is not possible! This is impossible!" And he disappears and reappears in a different place. And there are already 4 people waiting for him. Somehow they already knew where this big blonde guy would appear. Just in general, let's say this big blonde guy, he's called Daos, and he is the evil guy. That is just a short version for us now, and this is as much as we know of him. They put on a pendant around his neck and drag him into the sarcophagus, then seal him in the sarcophagus. Since then, since Daos has been sealed in the sarcophagus, it has been 10 years. And the party has since settled. They have kind of split up, gone their own ways, and it turns out that your father and your mother are part of this party. This is Cress' father. He is called Miguel. And Cress is our main hero of this story, the little blonde guy there. Over here we have Chester. Chester is a bowman guy, and his little sister, he is living with her. Their parents unfortunately died some time ago. We don't exactly know what happened to them, but Chester, the big brother, is actually taking care of his little sister, and it's actually quite adorable. The father actually wants to talk with Cress here a little bit, but they decide to go out and hunting, and his father just kind of goes, "Okay, I would like to talk about the pendant that I gave you for your 17th birthday." And this is Cress' mother. She was also part of the original party. So for the run here, I'm going to set the text speed to fast, targeting to manual, and I'm also going to set the battle panning off. That is just basic setup that I'm doing here. So other than that, we decided to go boar hunting. We want to bring some meat on the table for our families, so that's what we are doing here. Cress is the son of a famous and really powerful swordsman who has a swordsman school, and he is learning swordsmanship. So he is hunting with a sword, which is a bit odd, but it's efficient, it works. There's a boar, we need to hunt it, let's get it. Chester, as mentioned before, he is a archer, a bowman guy, and here we have a encounter. This is the first encounter I'm fighting. I'm fighting those 2 hornet enemies in order to gain just enough experience that I will be reaching a higher level in a while. They are basically random encounters, and we can take X amount of steps. I have no idea how many steps until we get into an encounter. And most of the time in encounters I'm just going to be running away. Flome, thank you so much for 7 rounds in a row. Really appreciate that. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. So, we eventually reach this rotten and completely decayed tree in the middle of the forest in search of the boar, which we haven't found yet. Chester goes off and says, I'm going to look over there for seeing whether we can find the boar. And all of a sudden, Cress seems to have a vision. This ghostly figure just kind of reaches out to him and tells him, please, save the mana tree. Help me. And he has a vision where the tree is in full blossoming, full blooming, and just completely repaired. And then the image disappears, and it returns back to normal. Chester comes back, and he tells Cress, hey, what is going on? You look like you've seen a ghost. And then we see the boar. Oh, the boar! And it attacks us. Turns out the boar actually had 3 little piggies that it was protecting, and actually want to kill those 3 little piggies. Because this allows me to gain enough money and experience along the way to go on a bit further. So, if I stand behind the enemy can actually not defend. What I want here is for the boar to defeat Chester, so I get the full experience on Cress alone. That's the idea. So the experience is always shared among party members in the party that survive and are not crowd controlled in the party. So Cress gains the full experience, he gains a level up to level 2 and also learns a new ability. And suddenly, after the boar fight, now we have a lot of meat, we hear the bells ringing. The bells are not a good sign because, well, they are only rang when something really bad happens, like a fire breaks out or something else is... maybe a monster invasion could happen. Either way, the bells mean we need to hurry home. And this is our regular running speed with our characters. And here I decide to defeat another set of bees, because that will once again help me level up a little bit later. So, we head home as fast as we can, and it looks like we are late. We got delayed too much or something like that. Either way, everything is in shambles. If you talk with any of the characters laying on the floor, it turns out they are all dead. Cress' mother is barely alive, and she just kind of tells Cress, what happened here? Turns out they were invaded by some weird black knights, and they were looking for something. They were actually looking for Cress' pendant, as his mother tells him in his dying breath. She tells Cress to get away, go to your uncle that is living north in Euclid in the other town. And so Cress decides, I go. They didn't even stop from killing a little girl. Cress' little sister is dead as well. Chester's little sister is dead as well. And unfortunately, that kind of means he stays behind for now. Chester decides he wants to bury everybody and give them a proper burial. But before Cress and Chester part ways, and Cress essentially, well, leaves Chester behind, they swear to each other that they would avenge their families and whoever did that to them. So, that is a pretty rough start to a game. Also here I'm going to go back outside and back inside, because this allows me to reset the amount of enemies that I will encounter in this area here. So this is essentially a little map. This guy here is a merchant. I'm going to sell the 2 little loins that I gained in the previous fight, and I will also sell 2 orange gummies, buy 2 of those. And there we go. What I just bought there are 2 orange gummies. Orange gummies allow me to replenish my magic points, TP, also called in this game, by 30%. Apple gummies replenish my HP by 30%. And everything is percentage based in this game, so the higher my HP goes and the higher my TP goes, the more I will regenerate. So that is actually quite handy, because I want to reach level 3 just to increase my maximum spell points amount, so I will be able to have a higher replenishment amount there. So we reach Euclid, and our uncle is living in the northwest corner, since, well, we probably have visited him before. But before that, we briefly go in here into the armor shop and buy a pair of sprint boots. Sprint boots allow me to run on the overworld, and that will have actually significant impact on the speedrun, since, well, we are now a lot faster. It's actually pretty ridiculous speed, in fact. So, either way, we arrive at our uncle's home, and the message actually just already reached people here in Euclid that Cress's hometown got destroyed and no one survived, except for Cress and Chester. So we decide to go and rest for the night. Because that was a pretty rough day, we lost everybody. Our mother, our father, our mother died in front of our eyes. And all our friends and neighbors got murdered. And it turns out the Black Knights are not done yet. It turns out that Cress' father, no, Cress' uncle, sold Cress out. He told the Black Knights where he is. And the reason why he did that is they threatened that they would do the same to Euclid as they did to Cress' home village, kill everybody if they didn't cooperate. So Cress' uncle didn't have much of a choice, but he sold him out anyways. Meantime, Chester is burying everybody in his home village, and he hears horses arriving. His first instinct is to hide, because that might be the Black Knights returning, since they are still looking for the pendant that Cress is wearing. The pendant that he just received for his birthday recently from his father. That his father wanted to talk with him about before, well, he knew about it. Now, the leader of the Black Knights received the pendant, and also, he seems to be possessed by something. He just essentially yanks away the pendant off Cress's neck, and, well, Cress then subsequently gets thrown into prison. All the weapons and all the shields are stripped off Cress. They are a bit more intelligent than Chrono Trigger or Trigger of Mana Guards that just leave all our weapons intact. Either way, we need to find a way out of here. We can't just stay here. We will die. Fortunately, there is someone helpful in the cell next to us. So someone in the cell next to us reaches out and tells us, "Here, stick your hand through this little gap. I'm going to give you something that will help you." And we get an earring. An earring formed like a unicorn. We are supposed to press it against the wall, and suddenly a burst of energy opens up the wall, and we find no one is over here. The voice kind of disappeared, and there's just the body of the woman with a sword stuck inside of it. We take the sword and use it to break open the jail cells. The voice actually told us to go over here into this other cell where there's a young lady. That young lady is called Mint. She tells us that over there, my mother is still in the other cell. We need to go and rescue her. But Cress decides to go and use a bit of a white lie. He tells Mint he just came from over there. We need to go. We need to escape through the sewers. I didn't see anyone over there. So Mint joins our party before knowing what happened to her mother. We set the formation so I can run away really quickly in combat. And I'm also going to be doing other stuff. So either way, Mint has no clue that this was her mother in the other cell. Cress saw the completely destroyed corpse of, well, a woman. He didn't know that it was Mint's mother initially, but now he knows. And unfortunately, we need to escape as soon as possible. Oh wow, we also get into more random encounters. You may notice that I'm actually not running. And I'm going to be running in the next screen, however, because if you run, you get into encounters twice as quick, not just because you're moving faster, but because the amount of time it takes, or the amount of steps it takes until the next encounter, actually is cut in half whenever you are running. So in areas where there are random encounters, currently I just want to walk instead of run. So here we pick up a chest with 1000 gold and move on. We try to escape through the sewers because, well, we basically already know that those Black Knights, they are not particularly nice people. They just killed an entire village because they were looking for a stupid pendant. So Mint in the back row here, she is a supportive character. She is currently level 2. With this battle she will grow to level 3 and learn a healing spell, which will be First Aid. First Aid is basically the basic healing spell. It's really nice. And on top of that we now have Cress at level 3. Which now also allows us to, well, deal a bit more damage and have a bit more higher base HP. I'm going to heal up Cress before I go and also save, just to make sure that we actually defeat this guy here. Oh, and I forgot, now I remember, to equip the ability of Cress. We have an ability called Sidebolt, and this is Machine Gun. Machine Gun is really handy to deal pretty decent amount of damage from range. And there are 2 slugs in this encounter that you absolutely do not want to encounter in close melee combat. They are very, very much deadly. So we decide to go and try to defeat them from the backside. So, actually messed up with the setup for this gargoyle. What I try to do is get him stuck between Cress and Mint when he descends. And that will allow me to essentially attack him from the backside. The gargoyle keeps trying to attack Mint, but I keep interrupting him with Cress's attack, and unfortunately Mint happened to die there, which is not my intention, but it's actually reasonably good in a sense, but not all for my experience route. So either way, unfortunately Mint happened to be defeated in the battle, and we just need to keep running away. This was essentially the sewer gargoyle. He just kind of was there. He doesn't really have much of a backstory. He just kind of says, "Do you really think you can escape through here?" He seems to be a guardian set up for escaping prisoners, but we just defeated him without any trouble. And on the way out, Cress and Mint were just kind of relieved. Oh, nice, sunlight. And then a slug falls from the tree and spits on Mint, but Cress just jumps in front of Mint to protect her. Unfortunately, from that, he gets knocked out, and, well, Mint carries him actually a fair bit to safety. So, it turns out we wake up in a house of a guy that we actually just saw, or we know he lives near our own home village. This guy is called Tornix D. Morrison. And apparently Mint carried Cress a long way until Tornix D. Morrison found them both and picked up Cress on his horse and carried him here to safety. Now they tell us, look, you've been out of commission for a while, get out and get some fresh air. So we go outside and, well, suddenly there is an arrow light next to a tree. And look who it is. It's Chester. It turns out Tornix D. Morrison actually was the guy arriving in Cress's home village and helped out Chester bury all the people there. He helped him create graves for everybody and then invited him back to his mansion. And now Chester is just kind of residing here for a while. And it turns out Mint's mother was one of the original party that actually sealed dolls in the sarcophagus alongside Cress's father. And Mint's mother and Cress's father were both in possession of the amulet that was apparently the key to keeping Daos, the big evil so to speak, sealed in the sarcophagus. Tornix D. Morrison immediately recognizes what happened because he was the 4th guy of the party that sealed Daos in the sarcophagus. So he immediately goes to the catacombs and tells Cress and Chester, "Look guys, I have no use for you, you just stay back." And he kind of reasons with it that Cress's father was an amazing swordsman, Cress could never defeat his father, he's not good enough yet. And yet the Dark Knights managed to defeat his father without any trouble apparently, or no casualties. We didn't see anyone. So Cress just kind of goes and, yeah, I guess that's right. And we leave Tornix de Morrison to go to the catacombs. But all of a sudden, this old man called Tristram, whom we met in our village before we went to boar hunting, is just kind of here and says, "You young ones, why are you sulking like that?" And we explain the store situation, and also he tells us, "Hey, just go out there and get your revenge." Chester initially is furious that Cress didn't want to go. Also here, Cress realizes while he was unconscious, the earring, the unicorn earring that he had, is actually gone. So here we are buying one more orange gummy, 3 of those, 1 sword, 1 bow, and 2 sprint shoes. And also here we equip those said items. And we equip this on you, and we also set the party to run away pretty quickly. And there we go. So, either way, Cress and his party, we now decide to go after the Dark Knights that are entering the catacombs. And Tristram avoids us here. We get into a combat here, so we can just straight up run away. And there we go. So, this is Tristram, he is waiting for us, and he also tells us about double techniques, where we master 2 techniques and then we can use a combined move. We are not going to be using this in a speedrun, it takes too long to unlock those. So he just kind of gives us the first double technique. You can learn those throughout the world by visiting various masters and trainers, and we are never going to make use of that. But thank you very much, Tristram, for the encouragement. We are going in here. This first room here has no encounters, so I can just run. So, about random encounters. As mentioned before, the game chooses a number between 50 and 150 or something like that. And we don't know what it is, it's completely random, so I just make sure that I try to take less than 50 steps until I reach safe rooms. Those sarcophagus rooms, they are safe rooms, there are no random encounters inside them. So I try to go in and out of those rooms to reset the step counter and also defeat those sarcophagus enemies. Those sarcophagus enemies here give us an hourglass on the rune bottle. Hourglass transforms items into a stronger version of themselves or different items, so that's what I'm using this for. On top of that, we also get a little bit of experience, which factors into the amount of experience I need to level up Cress. So he gains an ability called Double Kick. So we get those 2 items and run further. This is a safe room, no encounters. This is a safe room, and this one here as well. So no encounters means that the value for encounters is 0. Normally it chooses a value between 50 and 150 and counts down. Once it reaches 0, it will get us into an encounter like just here now, and then we just have to run away from it. Welcome back, Shark Shadow, and thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So, we save here real quick, just to make sure that nothing wonky happens. And here we go. I'm currently using a stab attack with my weapon, since it is a stronger stabbing weapon than piercing. And I'm also going to give Chester here a flare bottle, which increases his damage by 30%. That red animation you saw on him, that is the effect of a flare bottle, increasing his damage, which is normally going to be used on Cress, but Chester currently does more damage, so we use him for that. And here we defeated this golem. Cress also learned a new ability, which is called the Double Kick, which we'll be using very soon in the next area. And also here, the golem encounter dropped us an item called the Holy Bottle. Holy bottles are extremely useful, because they allow us to avoid encounters for a long time. More specifically, the Holy Bottle aura lasts for 500 steps total. So I'm going to be using the Holy Bottle here. You now see the flickering aura around Cress. And that means 500 steps long, I'm protected, and that means every time the game tries to roll how many steps I can take until the next encounter, it will automatically set that value to 255, so I can every single time take exactly 255 steps until the next encounter. So I know exactly how many steps I can take, and I timed using the holy bottle in a way where I can get into this room here, which is a safe room, where there are no encounters, without getting into any additional encounters. Further, the holy bottle, once I get into a room with encounters again, once again, 255 steps. I can get to this room with the hexagram, and then I'm here. This room here, once again, has encounters, but because the holy bottle aura effect is still active, I can walk 255 steps until I would get into the next encounter. I need to press this switch over here, and this activates a little platform that allows me to, well, move on to the other moving platform over there, and that way we move towards the exit. So even though the aura effect now is gone, the 255 steps are still in action, and I can safely walk all the way over here. Also, Cress is actually really clumsy. He just dropped the key that we picked up. This little red ruby, or whatever, lace ruby, is actually a key to open this door in the top right. I just picked it back up again. Picking it back up here is actually not intended. You can interact with objects from one step away, and that's what I did. So I picked it up in an unintended way, and the game glitches out here a little bit. Crest drops it here again, but we technically still have the lace ruby. And so here, I need to actually go and equip the new ability that we have. The ability, as mentioned before, that is the double kick, and I will be making good use of that in this upcoming encounter. So, we defeated one golem, now we are up to 2 columns. And here I use the the flare bottle on Cress, which allows me to deal a good chunk of damage against the golem repeatedly again and again. Unfortunately, Mint is supposed to have learned the ability Pico Hammer here, which would allow me to, or would allow her to stun those golems pretty reliably, but because she died during the gargoyle encounter, she actually does not have enough experience to have learned that ability yet. It's not a big deal, but it would actually help out just a little bit. We defeat the 2 golems, each one of them drops another holy bottle, which we'll be using later on to go on. So, now, we managed to catch up to the Black Knight, and Tornix Morrison is already in here as well. But unfortunately, while we rush in there, Tornix Morrison briefly turns around, and the Black Knight takes the opportunity to break the seal on the sarcophagus. And well, that's bad news. Dals, from history, is supposed to be that guy no one could ever defeat. So instead of defeating them, or him, they decided to seal him in a sarcophagus. And now that seal is broken, which means hell is going to break loose. Cress and Chester still really want to kill or defeat that Black Knight dude because he's responsible for all of their siblings' deaths. But in the meantime, the big bad guy makes his grand entrance. The 2 necklaces have been put back to the sarcophagus, breaking the seal. And here, the Dark Knight just kind of goes, "Ha! I'm now your master!" And Dawes goes, "Your master? Really? You fool." So, Dawes essentially just used the Black Knight, who thought he would get rewarded and gain control over the, well, very powerful creature that is Dawes. But instead, he gets disintegrated with just a single hand. In the meantime, Tornix Morrison realizes the gravity of the situation and decides to cast a spell onto the party here. But he would be too slow. Chester jumps into Dawes, prevents him from casting the spell, and Tornix Morrison successfully manages to teleport Cress and Mint away. Unfortunately, that means Chester and Tornix Morrison are still left behind. that is bad news. Goodbye. Phantasia, thank you so much for 17 drops in a row. Really appreciate that. That's a long time. You're amazing. Thank you so much, Phantasia. So, Cress and Mint get teleported to a different place. Before they get teleported away, Tornix D. Morrison actually gave them a book which they should be taking note of, and he also tells them, find a way to defeat Dals. That is your mission. And well, we make it our mission, I guess, but where are we? What are we doing here? We have never seen this area, and we have no clue where we are. And after a short while, we realize Chester, who was supposed to be teleported with us as well, is missing. Chester is missing as well. That is not good news for us, because he was a valuable party member. And we just kind of have the thing here too. So, Cress and Mint open up the book, which just kind of reads, I am Tornix D. Morrison, and explains more about what he was researching. He was researching magic and a way to influence history. They don't exactly know what that means, but Cress still has the broken bow that was broken during the encounter before. That is Chester's bow. Basically the last keepsake he has of his best friend. He seems to be now the only one in the village. And now, we just go into the next best village. In the middle of the town, we then just kind of start inquiring the villagers. Hey guys, where are we? Do you know where my hometown is? Do you know where Euclid is? And the villagers just kind of go, I've never heard of your hometown, but Euclid is just north of here. And after a while, you start to realize this town kind of looks oddly familiar. Either way, the elder of the village just kind of goes, well, you kids seem lost. Let's get to my home and see what I can do for you. Tell me your story. And while they were talking, they just kind of go, you have never heard of clerical abilities? Mint demonstrates her clerical abilities by casting first aid on the elder here, and he just kind of says, whoa, I feel 100 years younger. And then he just kind of demonstrates what he knows. He casts a fireball, and well, we have never heard of magic. Magic does not actually exist in where Cress and Mint come from, so where did we get to? We have no clue. But until eventually Mint realizes what has been happening. Mint realizes we didn't get to just teleported to a different place. We got teleported to a different year. So it turns out we are now 100 years in the past from where Mint and Cress were from. Clerical abilities and healing spells, for that matter, have not been developed yet. The church that is, well, producing those kind of clerical healing spells, that doesn't exist yet. That's why no one has heard of healing spells. But also, magic still exists here. Magic has not been depleted yet, and apparently the source of magic is still around. The Elder explains to us, oopsie, excuse me about that. The Elder explains to you that, well, only elves and people with elven blood in them, like half-elves, can cast spells. He was actually a part half-elf. And he suggests that, well, in order to cast magic, you would need to visit the town Euclid, north of there. There's a scholar who has been researching humans casting magic. Also, here's a little cute scene where we decide to spend the night at the Elder's house. And initially, Cress doesn't realize why Mint says, Cress, there's one bed. And until he realizes, they just kind of go, oh, I'm going to sleep over there, no problem, I just sleep on the floor. And then they talk for a little while longer. 100 years into the past, what have we done? Where are we? We also discussed with the Elder that Daos apparently is a menace here already. The big bad evil is let loose on the world and no one can stop him. He is very powerful. Apparently much more powerful than 100 years in the future. Or, well, a really big threat. Also, just before, Mint realizes Cress doesn't have a cover. Goes and grabs the cover for Cress. and then quickly goes to bed herself. It's such a cute little scene, I really like this. Either way, in the morning we decide to go off and see what there is about that guy who can cast spells or is researching spells for humans, because in this world humans cannot cast spells, they cannot cast magic, at least not inherently, and there's still one guy who tries to cast magic anyways despite being human. And also we learned from the Elder that apparently Daos is, I don't know, some otherworldly creature or something like that, and he cannot be defeated unless someone uses magic. So in order for us to be able to defeat Daos, we need to find allies that are capable of casting magic. He is way too powerful to be defeated without magic. Here I picked up 2 items, an elixir, just for money selling, and I also picked up an item that is an accessory that allows characters to cast spells quicker, and I'm going to be making good use of that. Also, whenever you see me open the menu, it is going to be mostly for using holy bottles in various areas. As in open menu quickly, use the holy bottle, and that allows me to avoid encounters. As long as I do the entire holy bottle thing correctly, I will never anymore get into any random encounters whatsoever. Because I can time my holy bottle usage perfectly to take only about 255 steps, use another holy bottle and gain another 255 steps without encounters. Pick up some more items that are useful, and then we visit the scholar. Oh yeah, the bird there, that was on the... the bird or the seagull over there actually flies away after a timer, so there's just nothing you can do, you just need to wait. Yes, that's normal. So, here we find this guy. He is called Clarf F. Lester. And initially he's just kind of rude towards us, so Mint is a bit embarrassed about it. But also we have been kind of rude towards him. We didn't exactly explain to him what we are looking for. We are looking for someone or allies that can cast magic in order for us to defeat Daos. And Clarf initially just kind of goes, "You want to defeat Daos? Whatever, sure, little kids." And is continuing to be rude. And then his fiancée, or girlfriend, I'm not sure what it is, just kind of goes, "Can you be, please, a bit nicer to them?" And then she also just kind of goes, "Oh, I get it. You're not good enough or not man enough to be able to help them." And Clark eventually just goes, "Okay, tell me your story." And then we tell him the story that we are from quite a far away place, about 100 years in the future, and he just says, "That sounds pretty ridiculous. Sure, whatever. But in order for me to be able to help you, we need to visit the mountain passage in the northeast from here. The mountain passage inhabits an old guy called Bart, and he might actually have access to something that I've been looking for or having done my research for since a long time." So what it turns out to be is that Clark was trying to have research, or no, let me try to say this again. Clark was researching as to what he can do in order for him to be able to cast spells, and the only answer he could dig up so far was that he needs to be able to form summon spirit pacts. So summon spirit pacts apparently are a very, very old art that even 100 years in the past here have been a long lost, well, art really. Also, give me a second, I need to real quick buy stuff in a specific order to order my menu properly. Alrighty. So apparently summoning spirits to have basically them cast spells for you has been a long lost technique, but Clark has done research, a lot of research. All the scholars kind of started laughing at him and just were smiling at him. He is the crazy guy who wants to be able to cast spells as a human. That's not going to happen. But Clark was persistent enough to track down this guy here in the mountain passage. This guy is called Bart, and he is in possession of something called the Opal Ring. The Opal Ring is an ancient artifact that allowed humans back then to form summon spirit pacts. However, Bart doesn't exactly give us that ring for free. He actually has a little daughter called Archie. Archie actually is a bit of a wild one, and he's pretty worried that she might be somewhere in the mountains. And because the winds have gone havoc, or the short version is the winds did really go mad, and he thinks the sylphs, the summon spirits of wind essentially, are in a big of a peril. He thinks something is really wrong in the mountain passage, since the wind is going strong and he's really worried that Archie might be lost up there somewhere. So we agree that if we go up there to look what is wrong, and in order for us to also form a summon spirit pact with sylphs, we try to look for Archie at the same time, so maybe we find her along the way. So what it turns out is that the little sylphs that we just defeated, they have gone mad. And they have gone mad as they tell us in their dying breath after we kill them that miasma has been leaking from the demon realm into this world. So miasma essentially is damaging for humans, but it is absolutely... it drives them insane, quite literally, and that's why the winds and currents have been going ridiculously crazy here. So we try to stop the little sylphs from casting spells, and also from blocking our passage here, but unfortunately the only way to be able to progress further is to actually kill those little sylphs. While they are dying, they just kind of go, "Thank you for your help," and then disappear. So by the way, here's a technique that I'm doing. I'm using a holy bottle, which increases the step counter to 255. That is a speedrun thing, by the way. And because I'm interacting afterwards with a stone wall, or anything on the overworld, like a switch, stuff like that, it actually increases my step counter by 1 whenever I do interact with anything like that. So, don't ask me why it increases, but what it essentially does is, because it increases 255 plus 1, it actually overflows back over to 0. 0, as you may know, means there are going to be no encounters in that area. So I can actually trick the game into having me an encounter-free area if I use just the holy bottle before doing this. So it turns out, we need to plug the holes. We need to plug the area and get rid of the miasma that has been driving the little summon spirits sylphs mad. So we just take the stones, put them into apparently what appears to be the source of the miasma leaking out, and try to help the sylphs that way. So, alrighty, we managed to get rid of the source. Also, yes, that was damaging auras, which means we continuously lost life. However, it's not lethal, so that's pretty nice. Everybody's at 1 HP now, but it's still okay. We are still alive. So, we managed to help the sylphs and get rid of the miasma. The winds have already calmed down a fair bit, and we go to the summit to talk with the sylphs. As it turns out, the little sylphs are very grateful that we helped them, and they are actually more than happy to form a summon spirit pact with Clarf. Clarf has been the first human in thousands of years to form a summon spirit pact with anyone, so he gets the honor and now essentially gains access to summoning sylphs, which is basically wind magic. And he is now actually useful in combat, or at least in theory. Because before he just can take his book and knock his book over the enemy's head, which by the way does pretty surprisingly good damage. Either way, there are no more enemies around here. I don't have to use holy bottles on them anymore, which is pretty convenient. I'm also going to go up here, pick up a shield for Cress, and over there pick up a charm bottle. Charm bottles give you a 30% discount in shops. If I use a rune bottle on it, it gives me a 50% discount in shops, which is pretty good. So either way, we get back to Bart, and he just kind of goes, and I noticed the winds calmed down, did you find Archie? And we unfortunately have to disappoint him, we did not find Archie whatsoever. But also, the sylphs actually told us something very interesting that we were not quite aware of. In the forest south of our, well, technically home village from Cress, even though that's his old home village, I guess. Also, we keep using holy bottles, and I need to use the rune bottles that I picked up on various items here. Also, I equipped the shield. Where's the other thing? There we go. Use this on this, use this on this. So I equipped Cress with now a shield and 2 accessory items. The one is the dark shoes. Those are the nightmare boots, which allow Cress to run in, or walk in combat 50% quicker, which is pretty handy. The other ones reduce all incoming damage by 30%, it's crazy strong. Also here I'm doing a tiny little glitch, or skip. I actually entered the town from the bottom, even though I technically entered from the top, which saves me a fair bit of running through town. Either way, we learn from the sylph that over here, this is... that was an unintended encounter. This is actually the place where mana regenerates and stems from. So the little sylphs tells us that mana grows weaker and weaker and weaker. Something really bad is happening to the mana tree. As in, something really, really bad is happening to the mana tree. And it turns out this tree is the one that Cress saw in his vision. It is actually already half rotten and just kind of half decayed, but this also appears to be the guardian of the mana tree. So, the reason why there was no mana in Cress and Mint's time period is because the mana tree was no longer alive. There was no magic regeneration, and magic just kind of eventually decayed and was no longer available for our people. And Martel just essentially tells us she doesn't exactly know what is happening, but mana is used up way, 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 way faster than it can regenerate, and that is why the mana tree is decaying. So our heroes just kind of are a bit speechless. Can we heal the mana tree, maybe, says Mint, and she tries to, kind of in a really cute way, to heal the mana tree. Unfortunately, that doesn't have the intended effect, and we probably need to find another way to heal the mana tree so it stops decaying. But in the meantime, we just kind of start discussing who might have interest in the mana tree being destroyed, and the only thing that we know is that since Daos can apparently only be defeated by magic, Daos must be the one who is responsible for the mana tree's decay. He must be the one who's using up too much magic, right? Because no one else would have any interest in destroying mana like that. So, in a way, I guess that's not wrong. Oh, there's the chest. Because Daos is indeed the one guy who is kind of interested in having, well, enemies not spellcast at him, since he is apparently only vulnerable to spells. So that's just kind of our assumption for now, that Daos is kind of causing mana to disappear. So, well, what do we do next? Clark suggested that we go to Albanista next, because this is the most advanced city in the entire area, which essentially would mean we might be able to find more powerful allies in, well, the biggest city in the area, because we still need to have access to probably more magic users in order to be able to defeat Daos in the end. So that's what we're looking for. And while we do try to go up to the port town that ships over to Venezia, we enter this town here, which is completely destroyed and decayed now as well. We have no idea what happened. Only in the middle of the town, this little girl is still standing here, and she tells us that everybody has been killed, destroyed, murdered. When we ask her who did that, she answers, it was Demitel. He once was a student here at the Magitech research factory. Magitech is basically machine and magic technology. And he used to be a student here. And for some reason, he came back here. Apparently, Demitel went insane and just tried to kill everybody that once was his hometown. We don't know what drove him to do that, but we know one thing. Cress couldn't just look away and have this girl tell him that her mother, her father, everybody died, nobody is alive anymore, and she has no one anymore in the world, and we can't just leave that unpunished. Clark initially just goes, but Cress, we have a mission, we need to go and defeat dolls, we need to find allies, powerful allies. And Cress just kind of insists and says, no, Clark. If we cannot even help this little girl get her revenge, how are we supposed to be able to defeat dolls in the end? Clark gives in, and we decide to inquire where Demitel is actually residing and living. And it turns out he lives off to an island, somewhere to the northwest. And so we ask this sailor here to, well, ship us to the island. He is just a bit reluctant initially to go there because it's kind of creepy. Also, Demitel is a bit crazy, so it's kind of difficult. So he tells us a pretty high price to ship over there. For 1,600 gold, he is going to bring us over there. Well, we have to agree to that, and we decide to go and pay Demitel a visit. He will pay for what he did. Oh, before I do this, really quick, because this is a no reset run, I'm going to save here. Also, as you may be able to tell, Mint and Clark are both at 1 HP, I only healed up Cress, that is intentional. And also I told Mint and Clark in combat that they should not use their abilities on their own volition. They are not allowed to heal or use their summon magic at all, unless I tell them specifically to use it. Here, in the middle of the house, we encounter those weird crystals. We decide to turn them around, more or less randomly. You will see soon what happens. And we decide to search through the cupboard here in the back. We find a key, which allows us to enter the area on the right side. We open up the curtains and turn this crystal around as well. Pick up some more money, and then I'm going to be using a dark bottle. Dark bottles are the opposite of holy bottles. They increase the encounter rate tremendously, and, well, I'm going to be leveling up Cress here a bit. So what I'm doing here is I'm leveling up Cress. And the idea is that this harpy, I want to kill off Cress and Clark, Mint and Clark, so Cress gains all the experience from those encounters. I need him to be level 9 before I go and try to encounter the next mini-boss. Next mini-boss is extremely weak to lightning, and conveniently enough, just at level 9, we will be gaining access to a lightning ability. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just going to go and defeat some of those harpies, which always spawn in the backyard here, and try to defeat those guys. And this will also be kind of a theme, because I want to have Cress as strong as possible. I will be only battling with him and giving him all the experience and equipment, so he becomes as strong as possible. They are just asleep. Okay, they are just asleep. Larv and Mint are basically just asleep, and I have reached level 9. I'm going to use a holy bottle so we do not get into encounters anymore, equip the lightning ability, and then encounter the tree. The tree actually is blocking the sunlight, and it turns out this is not just a random tree, this is literally a tree who is alive, and it's actually an enemy, pretty powerful one at that. They have 2000 HP, and as you can see, we deal about 700 damage per swing of lightning. Actually, they have more than 2000 apparently. Either way, with just a few lightning bolts, those trees get defeated. And I keep using holy bottle, flare bottles, in order to increase damage from Cress, so he managed to guaranteed 4-shot those trees. Sometimes he can 3-shot them, but that's not guaranteed. So Cress managed to defeat those trees as well, gains an additional level, and now the light shines into the backyard. So this was the puzzle that opens up the room to the basement, where Demetel is currently hiding, and now we chase him down. He cannot just go and kill off an entire town and go unpunished. I use another holy bottle here, and also decide to pick up mint, heal everybody up. It's actually really rare that I don't take any damage from that encounter or from the leveling process just earlier. I tell Mint to go all out with her spells, and I believe that's it. That's all I need to do. Demetel is a boss that is pretty strong, so I want to save before encountering him. But now we go, and we are ready to face Demetel. So it turns out Demetel just kind of goes, "Who is this little girl? I've never seen her. She's certainly not who she tells you to be." And our party just goes, "Are you really not?" We are not entirely sure who to believe anymore. Maybe she was the one that killing everybody in town and wanting to go to Demetel. But on the other hand, Demetel seems to be possessed, as you can see in the mirror there. And sure enough, Demetel is up to no good and decides to attack us. So, I try to get rid of those little light enemies as quick as I can. And those light enemies cast magic. Magic is very unpleasant. And I need to actually use an hourglass here, because otherwise we are going to die. So it turns out, Demetel keeps casting his demon spell. And the light keeps being annoying over there. Alrighty, we managed to defeat the little light, and now it's on to Demetel. I actually thought I didn't have an hourglass, so I decided to cast something else that I don't usually do. But I actually did have a chronoglass ready already, so that was okay. So I need to heal up Cress, so we don't die here, preferably. I decide to have Clarf tank that attack. And Cress once again gets the full experience here, which is not even intentional, but it works out really well if that happens to be the case. Either way, we managed to defeat Demetel. Demetel, the guy who destroyed the entire town. The little girl just then kind of goes, thank you for helping me. And she collapses. And all of a sudden, it turns out the little girl who was speaking to us was not actually the original owner of the body. So this young lady here that we are talking to now, she has no recollection as to what happened. This is Archie, the little girl Bart was actually looking for. And it turns out she actually is a half-elf and thus has a bit more spiritual connection, and let her best friend from the village that was destroyed take control over her body so she could seek revenge. We bring Archie home. Leave them alone for a short while. And as it turns out, it was probably Dahl's work that Demetel decided to go and destroy the entire village over there too. After a while, Archie eventually comes out of the area and says, hey, I have a ponytail now, let's go guys. There's actually not much of an explanation as to why Archie joins your party. It's basically just, look, here are the rings that you need to form more pacts with other summoned spirits. My father had them in possession all along as well, and now we can go into an adventure. And Archie just straight up joins you. So it turns out Archie is actually a mage as well. So she has magical abilities and can cast spells. because she's a half-elf. The elder in the other village, he did not have much of a magic affinity left, since his elven blood was just very much thinned out from a very old generation. But Archie, being a half-elf, actually has a lot of magical abilities still left. She can actually fly in a broom without any trouble. She's basically a little witch. And also a bit more creative in her approach. So essentially this captain here does not want to take us on the ship over to Alvanista. We want to go to Alvanista to seek new allies and be able to defeat Daos. Initially the captain doesn't want to, he's afraid of Daos, enemies and monsters, but he gets convinced by Archie being a bit more seductive about it. Nothing more weird happens about that, but the captain eventually just kind of goes, okay, shut up, you're a little girl, I won't want to have anything to do with you other than that. On this scene here, Clark actually asks Cress, hey, what do you think about the other two? And Cress goes, what do you mean about the other two? And don't you have already a girlfriend? And Clark just kind of goes, I didn't mean it like that. The fan translation is a bit more crude than that. It's not quite the original version, but it's still the general idea. Either way, what I'm doing here now is I'm going to unequip the boots here. I'm also going to tell Archie to not do anything in combat anymore, and also Mint should not do anything in combat. And I'm also going to move on here. Alrighty. So it turns out this boat ride is pretty lengthy, and we meet this guy called Maya. I actually don't know whether it's a guy or a lady, it doesn't matter. Maya appears to be pretty friendly, and they decide to drink some booze. Come by. So, after about 2 hours or so, no, an hour later, they were still drinking, telling stories and having fun, because why not? Cress and Mint start getting bored, and Archie eventually decides to, hey, I would like to have some booze as well. And she starts drinking. 2 hours later, they are still sitting there, drinking a ton of stuff, having fun. And Cress and Mint are just, guys, really? Oh my god. 3 hours later, Archie has passed out, she drank a bit too much, and might have not so pure dreams, but let's not get into that too much. Either way, Maya actually then tells Clark, hey, you want to know some secret? I'm actually a spy on Daos, and I figured out that the prince in Alvanista is possessed by a demon. I need to deliver that message to someone I can trust. And so he just keeps blabbering and talking. And eventually they decide, okay, that's enough for today. Let's go and sleep. Clark goes over and sees Archie. Archie, you really don't drink a whole lot, do you? And he just kind of drags her back to their cabin, where Mint and Cress are already sleeping. And Clark throws Archie into her bed, and then goes, oh, actually, she walks into her bed as herself. Either way, after a short while, we eventually hear a knock on the door. Archie being sound asleep because she drank way too much. Mint, apparently she sleeps pretty deep anyways and doesn't get woken up a whole lot. And all of a sudden, Maya kind of decides to almost stab us, but Clark, basically having sixth senses because he has been practicing so much spiritualistic stuff, essentially he senses demons. And demons are what we encounter here. So it turns out Maya was actually possessed here by this thing here. It's faster to lose this combat, you can win it if you want to, but it's faster to lose it for me, so that's what I do. So it turns out Maya was actually possessed, and after we get defeated here, it turns out Clark, when we ask what happened to Maya, we didn't have much of a choice, we needed to get rid of him. And he is now overboard, basically dead. So, unfortunately, we are now kind of the only ones who know that the prince in Alvanista has been possessed by a demon. So, there are essentially various major cities. Alvanista and Midgard are two of them. Midgard is the only big city, or faction so to speak, that dares to stand up against Daos and his army. and everybody's just kind of admiring them and also kind of pointing towards Alvanista as to why are they not helping out? Why don't they do anything about that? Alvanista has been just mostly passive in this entire thing, and it turns out likely the reason why is because Dals actually has the prince possessed, and that's why they are not allowed to interfere in any capacity. So once again, we are not supposed to get into an encounter here. That is actually really unlucky to not be able to walk even a little bit further. Oh well, that's okay. Use a holy bottle, we no longer get into encounters. Greetings to Drazar and thank you. And also greetings to anybody else who joins us recently. So, but before we go and try to do anything about the prince, I'm going to make a bit of a detour here. Just a little bit. So it turns out, as soon as we landed in Alvanista, our party decided let's go into the inn and discuss as to what we should do next. But before I do that, I'm going to wander over here. Oops, I did not mean to leave. I'm going to wander over here, pick up a little bit more gold that's just kind of randomly laying around there, buy a few more holy bottles, so we can run around without encounters a bit more, if I don't mess up that is. Replenish a few items, and there we go. And off we go, further. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually taking a detour. You're supposed to go to the inn and then continue there, but if you do that, there's going to be a reasonably strong boss just kind of waiting for you. What I'm doing here, that boss will be much easier if I get a bit more supplies and equipment from another source. I picked up a mental ring there, which is an accessory that replenishes your magic points in battle, but I actually use it because I want to be able to sell it, because it's worth about 16,000 gold. So, moving in here. Oh, not here, sorry. I did not mean to enter that. I go over here and sell some more items that I picked up along the way. And I also forgot to use the rune bottle onto the hourglass too. I needed to use the rune bottle on the charm bottle so I can actually get discount prices. Oh, I already did that. Oopsie. So, I used the miracle charm and now everything is only half the cost. I get full equipment for Cress here. I actually need to sell a little bit more in order to be able to afford whatever they sell here. Let's see, where is the... there it is. I usually sell this too. And now, Cress is essentially full equipped with pretty late game weaponry. This is Midgard, the battle city that I was just talking about. And it turns out Midgard has pretty good equipment that I want to be taking advantage of. I equip Cress to the teeth, use a holy bottle, save, and reset. So, alrighty. What we are doing here now is I do more preparation for that boss battle, but also at the same time I'm going to complete a side quest which will come up later. By saving and resetting, I manipulate an encounter, a very specific encounter that is a basilisk. Basilisks are really powerful enemies and also give a pretty decent amount of experience, but more importantly, they gave us the basilisk scales. Oh, apparently Cress got caught. If I get caught and put to stone, or killed while the others are dead, I lose. As in, if I get petrified here, the battle is over as well and I straight up lose. But, fortunately, we managed to defeat the basilisk, usually without too much trouble. Oh, that might be bad. And I got petrified right after as well. So, that means I lose and I need to do that manipulation again. So, the basilisk encounter can only occur in specific portions of the desert. So I actually use a holy bottle to make sure that I can get into the desert, approximately where I need to be in order to encounter the basilisks. The first one costs me the most time if it kills me, but the other ones are pretty tame in terms of how much time it costs me to, well, encounter the next one. I keep using Lightning Bolt because basilisks are actually weak to lightning. And my weapon is actually really ridiculously powerful. Here, like before, I kill off Cress and Archie. Clark and Archie. Because I want only Cress to receive the full experience from those basilisk encounters. Doing this levels up Cress much further than he would ordinarily be when encountering the next boss, and this will help me tremendously. Thankfully this time I didn't get petrified after defeating the basilisk, so that helps. So, more importantly, we gain basilisk scales while defeating those basilisks around here. Also here I'm going to be using a dark bottle, which allows me to get into encounters quicker, save, reset, and we are going to manipulate 4 more basilisk encounters. Those basilisk scales, I need 5 of them for a later side quest, so I might as well do this while I'm over here anyways. And I went over here to equip Cress fully to the teeth with a weapon called the Mecha Halberd, which is kind of a really expensive weapon, but we essentially just picked up enough items and money to be able to afford that, including pretty strong defensive equipment. Cress now doesn't take a whole lot of damage anymore in comparison to before, although it's still a good chunk. That was number 2, and we continue here. So, alrighty, while we're doing this, greetings everybody, I hope you're enjoying the story and the run so far. I feel like I'm not doing as well as explaining it the last few times, but I attribute this to being a little bit out of practice, but that is what we're doing here. Is there any questions that occurred so far to you guys, or anything that you would like to know that I haven't explained yet? Five-one audio option, yeah. So that was number 3, we save and reset again. We should have just enough maximum spell points in order to afford... Oops, I did not mean to enter there. We should have just enough spell points in order to be able to... defeat 2 more basilisks after this. Thank you, Cerberoth. So, alrighty. As we have established by now, the big bad evil guy is Stalls, and in, well, this era here, so to speak, he has apparently an entire army behind him. I'm going to replenish my TP here anyways now. That was the wrong item to use. I did not mean to use a holy bottle there. Oh, too bad, too late now. I just used the holy bottle. What I actually meant to do is use the holy bottle later, but it's okay. We have plenty of them left over for this area. It will just take me 255 steps instead of 12 in order to get into an encounter here now. It's just kind of habit of mine when I go back into the menu that I'm using a holy bottle here. The thing is, I did not even replenish the Crest TP after all, but at least I checked that I definitely do need 1 more basilisk scale, so that's a plus. Either way, being able to manipulate encounters in this game is really good, since otherwise you would just be kind of randomly running around in the desert and hoping that you eventually would get a basilisk encounter. And so this is convenient. Fun fact for the PlayStation version of this game, there is no such manipulation that I know of. And more importantly, I already have stuff, so I can just go. So more importantly, hang on a second, I need to equip new abilities that we learned during this combat. Interesting. What's that? I have no idea. This is an ability that I don't usually have, since This time around we actually managed to kill off a lot more stuff than usual. Did I use a holy bottle? I hope I did. I did use a holy bottle. So either way, we actually really briefly also make another detour into this cave here. This is Ifrit's cave. We don't have to go here yet. In fact, we cannot complete the Ifrit's cave yet because we are lacking a specific item that we only get later. However, we just picked up an item called the Sorcerer's Ring. The Sorcerer's Ring actually allows us to shoot those weird sparks, and those sparks are actually needed, or pretty much necessary, in order for us to be able to activate certain switches and triggers and other activation thingies from afar. If we didn't have that ability to use those, it would be, well, impossible to progress in certain areas, so you need that thing eventually, but normally you would also at the same time go and get Ifrit from the cave. But we don't have currently the pact ring that allows us to, well, form a summon spirit pact with Ifrit in order to do so, so we don't exactly have that ability. We go and restock on some holy bottles and also restock on flare bottles, which we will want to use in combat. And really briefly I'm going to sell off something random-ish that is worth a bit of money, just to make sure I have enough money to sail back. And then we're off here. So this entire detour, compared to just going to straight up go and defeat Jamir in... defeat the demon that is in Alvanista Castle, cost me actually a total of 1 minute and 20 seconds. If I were to be able to straight up go to the next boss and defeat him or her within reasonable time, I would be able to, well, save quite a bit of time, as I said, 1 minute 20 seconds, but that is a pretty unreasonable expectation, being able to do that. So that's where we are here. So I'm also going to be equipping something that I just picked up in Ifrit's castle, or Ifrit's domain as well, plus I'm going to be saving, since this can be a bit tricky. I picked up an accessory that is called the Battle Rune, which increases my attack damage by 10%. It's going to be very, really valuable. So, this is the little scene. As soon as we go to the inn, the little party kind of tries to figure out we need to be able to infiltrate Alvanista Castle. There is no way to get in there other than that. However, we cannot just fly over the wall. Or well, can we? Everybody looks at Archie because she's actually just always flying around on her broom. So we just tell Archie, look, lift us up there onto the castle wall and we can infiltrate the castle without being seen in the night. Then they try to figure out what possesses the prince and get rid of the possession, since we are, well, the only group of people that actually know that the prince is being possessed, and we try to help him here. We enter the prince's room, and unfortunately he just happens to be a light sleeper. He immediately wakes up and just goes, "What are you doing in here? Guards! Guards! Come and get them!" And when we tell him, "You are possessed," and he just kind of goes, "Really, am I?" And over there we notice that this bird is a bit off, and it appears that Archie sensed the demon as well. And this is Jamir. This is the reason why I made the detour early and leveled up Cress actually way further than you ordinarily would him have in order to defeat Jamir. So I do a bit of a manipulation here, where I go and defeat the 2 minions from Jamir in just one of those sword swings. And then I, once again, do what I do before and try to kill off my allies here. So Jamir is really brutal. You don't want to be too close to her. While she's in this bubble form or whatever, she is completely immune to being hit by anything. That was a really ridiculously good fight, by the way. She's completely immune to being hit by anything, and so it's rather difficult to try and oppose her. However, because we have crazy good armor, crazy high strong weapon, a better ability than with the Tiger Fang that we would normally have. We just defeat her no problem. But even then, the prince, after we defeat the possessed demon, just kind of wakes up again in a sense. And naturally, he has no idea what's going on, but he just sees 4 strangers in these rooms and once again calls, "Guards, guards! I'm being attacked!" However, after a while, this red hat guy comes down into the prison and says, "Here, let them out. It's alright." And we are free. It turns out the king and his advisor on the left side, who is called Rundlom, they already knew that the prince was possessed, and that was the reason why they could not interfere or fight against Daos. After we finally managed to get rid of the possession of the prince, we are being rewarded. We actually get some stuff and a bit of money, which is pretty awesome, but on top of that they also give us an item called the Gungnir Spear, and Clark gets a new book weapon, so that's pretty neat. And they also tell us, well, we are welcome in the castle anytime, and they also promise to help out in the efforts to fight against Daos. Which, well, that's pretty awesome. We now have kind of an entire kingdom of allies to fight against Daos. Also, we receive a new Summon Spirit Ring. More specifically, the Summon Spirit Ring that helps us form a pact with Ifrit. So with that ring, we will be able to, well, form a pact with Ifrit and complete that little side mission. So, also we asked that guy over there in the laboratory of the castle to tell us, hey, do you know where Andini is currently residing? Because now, essentially what we are aiming to do, or at least the party is technically aiming to do, is we want to go into the mines of Morlia. And in the deepest place in the mines of Morlia, we would like to find a ring that helps us gain more information and more access to further magic for Clarf and summon spirit pacts. That is the goal. That is our goal. However, if you try to go into the mines of Morlia now, you will soon figure out that apparently you cannot even go anywhere there. Did I already transform the thing? I did. You figure out that you can actually not go into the mines of Morlia, because apparently you do need an additional item in order for you to be able to... Oh, I messed up. Oh. The other way around. You do need an additional item for you to be able to progress through the mines of Morlia, and you also need to be able to summon the 4 basic elements, which is wind, water, fire and earth. So, in order for us to be able to do that, first we need to go and find all the summon spirits. In town you would be able to ask around and get to know that Gnome apparently is residing somewhere in a cave close to your own home village, and conveniently enough, there's a cargo ship just dropping off supplies at that port, where we originally picked up the elixir and the mystic symbol, which allows you to cast spells faster. Which, by the way, we equipped that on Clarf. And in this cave, we encounter this little guy who seems to be a bit lost. We need to escort this little guy to his group of friends in order for him to, well, find home again. And otherwise the group of friends is just kind of conversing and being generally rude that we are not allowed to pass, go away. Except that now their little friend is there. Yeah, you're here, let's go. Thank you, mister. And they run off. Those little dwarves are just kind of really rude overall, as in really rude. Plus, they have really weird contraptions. For example, they have an alarm over here. If you pull the alarm, everybody goes and looks who pulls the alarm. And no one has a clue as to why is there even an alarm. No one knows, it's just kind of, it's there. Either way. Then we managed to get to the inner sanctum of Gnome. And this is Gnome, basically the Doctrio +1. What I'm doing here is I'm using the item called the Chronoglass. What that allows me to do is, it allows me to stop time in battle for 10 seconds, which, as you may be able to tell, is ridiculously powerful. But more importantly, It allows me to completely destroy Gnome without him being able to do anything whatsoever. The thing about this, however, is also Gnome, ordinarily, when you leave him time, he just splits up into 4 things and then starts being a rocket. Literally, he's an earth rocket and flies into you. And he's completely invulnerable while he's doing that. For me to be able to hit him, he needs to form back again, and that can take anywhere between 10 seconds and then a full minute or so. So what I do instead is I use a powerful item called the Chronoglass to stop time in battle for just long enough for me to be able to kill him within a pretty quick time frame. Also, wrong way. I should have also set Crest to be in the far front row before. I forgot about that. That's okay. In order to reach the Gnome faster. So it was actually a tiny bit of a risk that I would not be able to reach Gnome within time. But it worked out fine, so it's okay. So we move on. We now have 2 summon spirits. The summon spirit of wind with Sylph and the summon spirit of earth. Gnome. Basically the spirits just kind of generally go, oh, you want my abilities? You need to prove yourself worthy, you know? You can't just come in here and expect me to give everything to you. And sure enough, that's what we do. We prove ourselves worthy. And there we go. So, we now know where Undine is residing. Apparently she lives in a cave north of Venetia. So, we go back to Venetia, which by the way is the ship and port town. And we decide to just take a ship over there and sail over to Undine's cave. So that's a pretty convenient route to take right now. And good evening everybody that has joined us recently. Welcome, and I'm just here trying to do full commentary of a run, so I apologize if I'm not responding to chat, but if you have any questions feel free to ask them later, or something like that. I'll try to respond eventually. So, alrighty, next up, we go to Undine's cave. Undine lives in a cave just north, and she is known to be a little bit grumpy, but we'll see what that means soon. Essentially, we just land here. So, in this cave, I'm going to use another further technique that I already alluded to earlier, but let me explain this again. Whenever I use a holy bottle, I gain 255 steps that I can walk, or 126 steps that I can run. I use a holy bottle before activating the switch, because 255 plus 1 equals 0, since it just overflows the value. And that means I can run around in the room that I activate the switch with the holy bottle activation before it, right here as well, forever without encounters. And what that allows me to do is I can just straight up go into various rooms, into various areas, without having to worry about encounters, and as long as I use the holy bottles in appropriate places, I will never get into any random encounters whatsoever. However, appropriate places can mean basically anything. There are also rooms that are completely safe that naturally don't have any random encounters, such as this one down here. This room here has no encounters, so it resets my step counter as soon as I get out of this room, back up to 255 steps that I can take without getting into an encounter. In this area I need to activate a few switches and open up the passage to Undine, and then fill up that passage with water to wake her up. That is the short version of it. It isn't exactly explained, but Undine is currently sleeping. So, we fill the water from the right pool into the left one, press this switch, the passage is open, now we can go and fill up the passage with water, and that's what we do. So here I need to really quick heal up Crest to full, because this is going to be really important that I preferably don't die. In fact, what I'm going to be doing is something that I don't usually do. I equip the Persian boots, which allow me to take 30% less damage in this combat, and that is going to be tremendously helpful to just survive. So I press this switch and I wake up Undine. Undine is not a particularly good morning person, decides to go, "Who woke me up? Oh man, let me get at you." And it just kind of starts the battle straight away. And Undine is one of the more brutal encounters. In fact, she is probably the most difficult encounter that I currently face until the late game. It's because she and the octopus can just kind of combo me like that, and if I get stunned forever, I can't do anything about it. I try to keep healing, and I try to keep attacking eventually when I get control over my characters sometime. Okay, stop attacking, please. There we go. Alright, that's what I want. I'm now lodged into Undini's hitbox, and I can repeatedly attack her without getting hit by Undini at all. The squid from the backside is still attacking me, but he doesn't deal as much damage as Undini, so I'm completely fine right now. As long as I just keep healing up again, and the squid hopefully stops actually stunning me, I can actually eventually take care of Undini. And also, as you may see, Cress actually goes into the hurt animation when I hit Undini for some reason. Don't ask me why that exactly happens, but it's a bit of a weird interaction with you standing inside the enemy's hitbox and you hitting them at the same time too. Either way, equipping the Persian boots was definitely extremely handy, because without the 30% damage reduction, I would have not survived this. Alrighty, however, we managed to defeat Undini and reason with her that, look Undini, we need to go and defeat that Dolls guy. So, on a baseline, all the summon spirits actually know that something is really wrong with mana and feel that the power of mana is depleting, and they also know that the tree of mana is currently decaying. They don't exactly know the special reason, but they kind of assume, like we do, that the reason for mana to be in decline is Dolls trying to get rid of it, since, well, he wants to apparently rule the world or something like that. That's what, well, people like that want to in general anyways. So, essentially, all the summon spirits, once we prove ourselves worthy, decide to join our efforts and also try to help us out in the battle against Dolls, and we gain more and more allies to be able to face Dolls until we are hopefully going to be strong enough to take him out. So that's going to be our next goal. So we already have the summon spirits of Earth, Water and Wind. The last one that we need to recruit into our company is Ifrit. Ifrit is going to be in the desert, where we already went into the cave briefly to pick up some items and also make the Holy Bottle route a bit more efficient. And then we are going to go, well, over there. And since we already opened up the passages and picked up the key in his cave, we can just straight up go through into his lair. But before we do that, we need to go and pick up the permission to enter the Mines of Morlia. That is actually something that Clark requested from the king. After we managed to free his son from the possession of the demon, the king was more than happy to grant us the wish to enter the Mines of Morlia. And so that's what we are doing. We are just kind of entering there. So, we go into this little local here. They hand out the permissions to enter the Mines of Morlia for adventurers that have proven themselves worthy or have paid enough. And that's that. By the way, the guy on the right there is the guy who also tells you how to enter the password in Gnome's Cave. Just for fun fact. Further, here's a lady. She tells us about unicorns. Remember that. We need to know about unicorns, otherwise we can't go on any further. So, alrighty, we are out of here. Going to use a Holy Bottle, and we are going to go straight for defeating Ifrit. That's the plan. Since we now have the ring that allows us to form a summon pact with Ifrit, we can actually also encounter him. If you try to go into his area early without having the ring, there's just kind of no one there. Now he's going to be there. Please let me out of there. So, alrighty. We enter the cave. The Holy Bottle. Pick up another Charm Bottle, which allows us to reduce shop prices later on. Open up the cave, the door that we needed the key for, and go straight into combat with Ifrit, actually. But not before I equip the battle rune again. The battle rune once again increases my damage output by 30%, by 10%, so that stacks with the player bottle that I keep using that increases my damage in combat by 30%. Also here, once again, I launched myself into the hitbox of Ifrit and cancel out the animation and managed to attack him a bit faster than normally possible, which allows me to attack Ifrit way faster than you should. On the other hand, Ifrit is never much of an issue and usually a pretty easy boss to deal with. So we are completely fine here. And there we go, Ifrit has joined our efforts, and now we have the 4 summon spirits, and with those, we will be able to solve the puzzle in the depths of the Mines of Morlia. So, that's where we're going now. We are going into the Mines of Morlia. The Mines of Morlia is a really lengthy dungeon, as in like really lengthy, and I will need to focus quite a bit in order to get all the way through there. So, no, wait, what? Hang on. Oh, I see. I was wondering why the first slot was occupied. So I buy the rest of the supplies, then I buy another I use a holy bottle and buy one more. So essentially I buy the maximum of holy bottles, which you can have maximum of 15 of each of your items in your inventory, plus 1. Because I just used the holy bottle, which will allow me to enter the Mines of Morlia and get a bit further than usual, which will be quite helpful. And so, the Mines of Morlia, the history about that place is, it is essentially a place where adventurers try their luck. It is said to be, well, the place of tremendous treasures and riches, and of course a lot of adventurers are trying to take advantage of that. However, there are a lot of puzzles associated with that. Not all adventurers manage to get all the way, and a lot of them kind of get stuck everywhere. You can actually see a lot of the adventurers just kind of being stuck along the way, and even some of them gives you some hints in order for you to solve the puzzles as well. And some of the puzzles are kind of straightforward. You press a switch, a door opens. You push a statue onto a switch, and the door opens permanently, otherwise it would close immediately again. Once again, we use a holy bottle in front of a switch to make the holy bottle step counter overflow and last for way longer than it should. And here, we step back onto a switch after using holy bottle, and here's a little skip. I wiggle down and back up immediately within 4 frames, and that allows me to actually take advantage of the game being a little bit delayed in recognizing as to where I'm standing, which allows me to get just a little bit further and get through the door, which you are supposed to use a different mechanic to go through the door. There's a mechanic where you levitate to not be able to touch the floor, which is really convenient because levitating allows you to just fly over the switches. The switch in the previous area allowed me to... Hang on a sec, this is actually a pretty difficult section to not waste any steps, since I essentially have the road extremely tight in this section here. Alrighty, levitating just allows you to avoid the switch which would close the door, so you just fly over it. However, by wiggling down and up, we just avoid it in a different way. And that's a miniature skip. Doesn't save much time, but it saves time. That's pretty awesome. So, we push the statue over there onto the switch, go over here, open up this door, and this is where you need the Sorcerer's Ring. If you don't have the Sorcerer's Ring, you cannot activate this. Once again, even if the switch is already pressed, I can still overflow my Holy Bottle step counter with it. So I take advantage of that mechanic. So, run until here, use another Holy Bottle. Run over here. activate the torch, and once again you need the holy bottle, the sorcerer's ring in order to light up torches. I stand next to the sign in order to increase my step counter by 1 again, once again overflowing step counter. If anything you can interact with, even if it's a sign from the side, which you normally read from the front, it increases your step counter by 1, and that allows you to continue. Also, this series of rooms is, you need to go the entire circle around the room. You can't just go to the left or right, otherwise it teleports you outside without any progress. Here we pick up a broom for Archie, which I'm actually also going to be equipping. Archie will be able to deal about 110 physical damage with that. So, series of room complete. I go and equip the broom on Archie. And I'm also going to equip the battle rune back on Cress. And also kind of heal him up real quick, because I'm just thinking about it. So, alrighty. Here you just light torches. You need to light all of them in order to go through here. Also, lighting up torches increases your step counter by 1, and you can overflow the step counter. Don't ask me why interacting with stuff like this wall here increases your step counter by 1, but it's really handy because we can overflow the step counter with it. I'm so sorry, Blood. Oh my god, really? I think it's supposed to be 50%. Also, this torch, if you try to light it up, it zaps you. So no adventurer has ever gone this deep because no one has ever had the sorcerer's ring. So we are just kind of the first one to go here. Over there I picked up a item called the yellow cake. Yellow cake allows me to, well, cast the strongest fire spell as a consumable in battle. Just once. I picked up 2 of those throughout this entire run through the Mines of Moria. And we are almost at the deepest floor. When you return here later, there are actually more floors, but for now, this is the deepest floor where you can go to in the Mines of Moria. Press this switch to open up the final passageway, and then use up just a few more holy bottles, and we're almost there. Once again, stepping on switches here, after using holy bottle, overflows the step counter, and allows me to run through this entire thing without having to worry about anything. Here, we find a ring. This is a summon pact ring to form a pact with Luna. And we arrived at the bottom of the Mines of Moria. Here, we find a ancient scripture. It's probably Old Elvish. Clark tries to decipher it, but he cannot. And Archie turns out to be able to read Elvish. Or well, that ancient scripture, since, well, she's kind of a half-elf, so it makes sense. But unfortunately, she isn't particularly good at it, and she doesn't exactly appreciate of the chuckles and laughter the other guys are having when she has a bit more trouble deciphering it. Either way, she tells us that in order for us to open up the final door to the treasure room, we need to summon the 4 elements in the 4 directions of the room. I don't exactly remember the riddle, but the gist of it is we need to summon Gnome at the bottom. Gnome is Earth. We need to summon Andini on the left. I probably should actually learn the riddle, whatever it is. And welcome everybody, I hope you are having a lovely time so far. Mines of Moria, speak body and enter. Something like that. Yeah, sure. Greetings Prof Ness, and greetings anybody else who recently joined us. And also greetings to all the lurkers. I appreciate your presence as well. So, alrighty, after we manage to summon all the summon spirits in the appropriate places, we hear a voice calling unto us. And it just kind of says, "Who has awoken me after all this time? Come over here to where the ancient scripture is standing," and he just kind of tells us, "Alrighty, I guess we are coming over there." And that's what we are doing. And as it turns out, here we meet Maxwell. Maxwell is the lord of the earthly elements. So basically he is the upper guy of Andini, Ifrit and etc. And he decides to test us in combat before he wants to open up the passage into the treasure room. So we decide to just kind of go, alrighty, you want to test our abilities? Let me show you our abilities in combat. You will be impressed how many times I can just attack you before you do anything. So, and that's kind of what we do. We defeat Maxwell without too much trouble, usually. He's not particularly aggressive, and even if he would be, he's not all that strong. And we beat him without too much trouble. So, we have proven ourselves worthy, and Clarf is just kind of shocked. Didn't you what just happened? So the ring, apparently, that we were looking for to form a pact with Luna was not that ring. The ring we picked up was to form a pact with Maxwell. And here, Clarf gains the ability to summon Maxwell, the lord of all earthly elements. Let's try this again. And we also gain access to the treasure room at the bottom of the Mines of Moria, which, well, apparently this is what we all wanted to get all along. The characters quickly search through the treasure chests, and we find 2 completely destroyed rings, or at least broken rings. And we have no clue how to repair those rings, but maybe Runeglom, the king's advisor, knows more about it. So we try to figure out, what do we do with those broken rings? We can't use them to summon or form more summoning pacts. So we go home back to Alvanista and ask for his advice. And we just need a single holy bottle to get out of the entirety of the Mines of Moria. We overflow the step counter here one last time in this area. And those staircases have no encounters whatsoever, so that means they reset the step counter for when I get into an area with enemies. And here we go, almost all the way. The staircase reaches, which is pretty convenient, since this game does not have an exit spell. And we go all the way back to Alvanista and ask Runeglom for his advice what to do with those rings, since they are pretty ancient. No one can really fix them anymore nowadays. No one has the ability or knowledge to do so. So, well, let's see. What do we do? Also, while I'm here, I'm also going to ask this lady to teach Archie a new spell, that is Thunderblade. Thunderblade is a light element spell, pretty strong one, area of effect, pretty quick too, really efficient, so we want to use it. Costs 12,000 gold, so I didn't buy it earlier. So, here Runeglom tells us, those rings, you have managed to reach the treasures at the end of the Mines of Moria. And he just kind of goes, I'm not entirely sure what to do with those rings, but maybe there is a scholar living to the southwest of Alvanista. He's called Edward. Edward is a bit of an odd guy and he doesn't trust everybody, but if I write you a letter, which we received just here, he will certainly go and trust you with whatever inquiry you have. So, also Cress here has a little voice in his head who tells him, you are not allowed to have this, you're not worthy of possessing it. Cress just kind of goes, that was weird, but decides to ignore that in the end, since that's actually kind of weird. Either way, we refill our stock of holy bottles, and then we go. We need to go to that Edward guy. Edward apparently is a scholar, he knows a lot about summon spirits and stuff like that. So we try to pay him a visit over here in his mansion. So as we arrive in the mansion, it turns out his maid is just here opening. Actually, that might be his wife, I'm not sure. Either way, she opens the door and tells us he's not here. He is actually going to the desert. In fact, it turns out Edward D. Morris... Edward... Spoilers. Edward was kind of mad that Alvanista decided to not help out Midgard in the fight against Thals and set out on an adventure to find stronger adventurers himself in order to fight and well, be able to size up to dolls himself. And he is also currently researching some more of his, well, general research stuff, so he went to the desert and is looking for new ingredients. Remember when we fought 5 basilisks and I said those ingredients are actually something we need? He wants 5 basilisk scales. So, we try to find Edward de Morrison, and we ask this just kind of random guy who stands in the middle of this little village in the desert. By the way, this is called Olive Village. And he tells us, Edward, yeah, he actually went through here earlier. He decided to go to the oasis in the south. Alrighty, let's go and visit the oasis in the south here. Here, we meet this guy here, and he tells us, Edward, yeah, he actually was here a while ago. He decided to go to the oasis in the east. Alrighty, let's go to the oasis in the east here. And here we meet this old guy, who initially is just kind of... Headboard? I have no headboard. No Edward. Are you deaf? Relax, I'm just playing a trank. No, he went to the oasis in the north. Alright, maybe he's going to be here. And it turns out, nope, he's not here either. This lady tells us, yeah, he decided to probably go back to Olive Village. I'm not entirely sure where he is. So we ask this guy here again, and he just tells us, Edward? Yeah, actually he was here earlier again. I'm not entirely sure where he is now, but he should be in the area. So, the innkeeper actually knows a lot of people, and he tells us that, okay, if you maybe have what Edward is looking for, maybe I can help you and, well, tell everybody that they should tell Edward that you have what you're looking for. So, we do that, we sleep here, we give him the 5 basilisk scales, and in the morning, Edward is here. And it turns out, Edward is actually Edward de Morrison. Remember Tornix de Morrison? Apparently, Tornix de Morrison is the successor, and this is the ancestor of the same bloodline, de Morrison. So, it turns out, he is the kid. And he also explains us what I explained earlier here, as he is looking for adventurers strong enough to face dolls. That is why he was looking for basilisk scales, and only strong people could beat those basilisks. And while we managed to beat those basilisk scales, he doesn't exactly believe our story that we are from, well, 100 years in the future. And he just kind of goes, you know, that sounds a bit weird, but I'm going to go now, okay? And all of a sudden, Cress has an idea. Wait a second, we have something that I can prove to you. And Cress just stands on the book for some reason, instead of putting it in front of him, gives it to Tornix de Morrison. Sometimes the book actually is in the correct position, usually it isn't. Either way, Archie just kind of goes, you're 100 years from the future? Does that mean I'm 100 years older than you? And Clark goes, is that your only sorrow about that? Or worry about that? And here Mind explains to them as to what happened with them, how they got sent back into the past by Tornix de Morrison. And it turns out Edward de Morrison is actually researching time travel here as well, and he was almost about giving up on the research of time travel and time magic. But now that he knows that this actually works, because the book we brought him was the living proof, and by the way, he decided to not read any further than just a few lines, because that might disturb the time-space continuum or something like that. Well, he tells us, okay, I'm going to cooperate with you. I'm going to meet you in Rune Midgard. If you want to repair the rings, you best head to the place of its origin, which means into the Elven Forest, where probably those rings were forged. And those rings apparently were forged in an effort between the dwarfs and the elves, which such an effort has not been seen before. Also, if you get the reference to what that is referred to, 20 points. You don't get 100, sorry. Either way, in order for us to be able to enter the Elven Forest, we need to have permission to actually go there. How do we gain that permission? Well, you need to be an official from Alvanista, because the elves actually live in a forest pretty far away, decided to cut off pretty much all contacts with humans for events that lay in the past and we don't exactly know what happened. The short version is the elves really don't like humans and want to not have to do anything with them, especially half-elves are not welcome. Half-elves that are traversing the forest into the elven territory are killed no matter what. Or, well, that's the rules anyways. So we cannot take Archer with us on one hand. More importantly, it takes Runglom a little bit of time to form a seal that we are actually officials from Alvanista. And after that, just one night, Runglom managed to complete the forging of papers and creating a seal that, well, we are actually from Alvanista now officials, thanks to, well, our badge here that we just received. And we are allowed to enter the Elven Forest. Thank you very much, Runglom. But as I said, even though we are officials, Archie is still not allowed in there, so we need to leave her behind for now. And Archie just kind of goes, okay guys, I'm going to wait here in the inn until we return. So I guess that should work. And we decide to go into the Elven Forest. But in the meantime, of course, Archie isn't just going to wait. That would be weird. That's not Archie-like. She's a bit of a wild one, remember? She decides to hide her ears and sneak into... well... oopsie, I did not mean to enter here. And sneak somewhere. Do we know what? Maybe. Maybe. Either way, we decide to go into the Elven Forest now and, well... that's our goal, that's our mission. We want to see whether we can do stuff. Also here, 1, 2, 3. I use a holy bottle and step 1 up. On the 4th step, you trigger this guard here, and he tells you, you can only enter if you have the seal of... oh, you're officials from Alvanista. That's weird. You look like kids, but okay, you can go. Either way, we are now allowed into the Elven Forest, and so that's where we go to. So, in the meantime, Mint just kind of goes, wasn't there something pink behind this tree? Yep, sure enough. So the guards just kind of go, no humans allowed! Clark goes, we are officials from Alvanista. Okay, wait here. We are going to call our leader. This guy here is the leader of the elves, and he goes, what is your matter? Clark shows him the ring that we want to have repaired, and he just kind of goes, you want them repaired? The only way I know to repair them is to bring them back to the place of their origin, which means in the tree and forest. Meet me at the north exit of the town. And that's what we do. So we run through what is the tree and forest. Tree and forest is a bit tricky and difficult to navigate, especially with its edges and corners and trying to not get into encounters. Encounters in here are pretty ugly. You don't want to get into any if you can avoid it, especially in a speedrun. So we do that. Essentially I just know my way around, so it's not too bad. However, there is actually an additional hourglass item that you can transform into a chronoglass. I used to get that in earlier versions of the speedrun, but I no longer do that. Also behind this tree here there is an item that I'm just going to sell for 26,000 gold. So, we arrive at the place of origin, where the leader of the village just kind of tells us, okay, place the rings on the stone, and... well, then I'm going to ask Origin to repair the rings. And so it is done. The rings have been repaired thanks to Origin, granting us his strength. And we now have completely restored the ring that allows us to form a summoning pact with Luna. So, and here we go, back out of the forest. We have just enough holy bottles to get back out of it, and that is all we need. see... Oh no! Uh-oh, uh-oh. I'm not supposed to get into combat here. I messed up my holy bottle counter. That was really not good. Thankfully, I didn't get completely destroyed immediately, so that's nice. It's actually not all that dangerous as I just made it sound, but it's also not particularly pretty. It's definitely not intended for me to get into an encounter here, as you might be able to tell. So from here I can run all the way back outside the forest. Now I have one quote-unquote too many holy bottles. Thankfully, my missteps so far have not cost me anything. Either way, we return and it turns out Elder! One of the guards approaches us immediately. We have caught a half-elf trespassing, and you know the rules. She must be executed. And it turns out Archer's just kind of sweet-mouthing the guards. Oh, come on, you can let me free, I'll show you something nice. And all of a sudden, this woman, the innkeeper, actually dashes out of the house and she says, wait, leader, take my life in her stead. Just make sure that she's alive, okay? Essentially, she convinces the leader of the elven village to, well, take her life instead of Archie's. And all of a sudden, Archie realizes why that woman was, well, sacrificing herself for her. So Archie just realized what happened there. That was actually her mother. Archie thought her mother was dead since a long time, where in reality, apparently she was living in the elven forest. She had no idea about that, but is now super sad. She just met her mother in a sense, but at the same time also lost her again, without ever being able to talk with her properly anymore. So yeah, something is really off here. As I said, Archie's idea of her parents is she is living alone with her father, and her mother died a long time ago. Basically when she was a little kid. That doesn't apparently seem to be the case. Either way, we have a mission to accomplish, so we cannot spend too much more time, and we have to move on. Please, sir, let me through. So, here I'm going to use another holy bottle. Refill on holy bottles. We now have 15 plus 1 holy bottles again. Restock on all the resources that I can have, including mixed gummies, which allow me to heal both TP and HP. And then we go. So, and now we are off to Midgard, where Edward D. Morrison is waiting for us, in order for us to, well, fight against Daos. We are now definitely worthy and strong enough to be able to help him. However, before I go to Rune Midgard, I'm going to go into this tower here. So, as it turns out, we still have the badges that tell everybody that we are official members of the Royal Alvanista Embassy, you could say. And so we are allowed to go into Midgard Castle as well, if we have those emblems. However, if we try to go there now, it turns out there is actually a little good-for-nothing fairy-type guy who steals those seals just because he thinks it's fun. So, we would need to go into this area here. This is the Tower of the 12 Stars. Tower of the 12 Stars is obviously a reference to the, well, stellar signs? I don't know what you call those things. Like Arius and stuff like that. And here, as you may be able to tell, I'm very, very careful with my holy bottles. In fact, I'm only walking instead of running through the area. The reason for that is because this allows me to preserve holy bottles, since I have to get through this entire area and the next castle, which is a pretty large area too, with just this amount of holy bottles that I have in my stash right now. So I have very limited supplies and need to be careful about it. Once again, if you missed it at the beginning, the reason why I am using holy bottles in my inventory repeatedly before you see an encounter or before the aura wears off is because I get exactly 255 steps until I can go into the encounter, or more specifically until I would get into the encounter. If I'm running, I get into encounters twice as quick, which means each step depletes my step counter by 2 instead of just 1. So that means if I were to be running the entire time, I would get into encounters way more often and I would use up my holy bottles twice as quick as well. So either way, this is the fairy I was talking about. This guy, he is a good for nothing. And he just kind of goes, hey, let's play a game, otherwise I'm not going to leave you through to my big sister Luna. And he just kind of goes, okay, you with the red hair, kiss the blonde guy. And Archie just kind of goes, okay, I guess, why not? Come on, Crest, that's going to be fun. But Mint is a bit against that for some reason. Why? Guess what? And all of a sudden we hear a voice, a commanding voice, just kind of going, hey! Stop that! Apologize to those strangers and give them something for their trouble. And the little fairy guy just gives us, well, a spell for Archie. She learns Ray here. And we also notice that the little guy actually looks a bit lonely. Either way, we meet Luna. And it turns out Luna is not exactly a fan of fighting. She does not want to fight. But considering that it is pretty high stakes and the mana tree is kind of at risk, she decides to join our efforts anyways. So, we don't have to prove ourselves worthy. We can just straight up form a pact with Luna without having to fight her at all. And now, unfortunately, the little fairy guy, sure, he's a good for nothing, but he is actually the last of his species. And now he's completely lonely because he no longer has a big sister that is waiting for him in the Tower of the 12 Stars. 3, 4. So yeah, that little fairy guy, he's the last of his kind. So he was just kind of clinging to Luna, and that was his story. We will never see him again for now. I don't even remember his name anymore, I probably should remember that sometime. Either way, we go to Midgard, where we try to join up with Edward and anybody else that is currently trying to form a plan on how to beat down Daos. The guards here notices, halt, no one can enter. Those little kids have the official crest from Alvanista. Wait a second. Should we really let them in? They kind of talk with each other, the two guards, and then we just kind of go, okay, go into the waiting room, we will see whether that's true. And after a while waiting here in this room here, it turns out, yes, we are supposed to be here. We are the heroes that Edward D. Morrison mentioned to be here. Edward is here with the main strategy tactician guy from Midgard. He is essentially the mastermind of how to form an attack plan onto infiltrate and defeat Daos. And Edward T. Morrison told him, well, we are the group of adventurers and warriors that will be able to defeat Daos. And so, initially she's kind of a bit skeptical, looks at you a bit funny and decides to go, okay, let me present you to the king. And on the way to the king's throne room, we just kind of overhear a little conversation where one of the scientists from Midgard goes, "Sir, we have completed the Magideck cannon. Everything is ready for our first firing when we need it." And he says, "Excellent, just wait for my signal. If we need it, we will use it." So, in the meantime, the king just kind of acknowledges our existence. They fully trust Edward D. Morrison. He's a very renowned guy, and Cress and Mint actually know from their history lessons that Edward D. Morrison is the guy, the war hero from 100 years ago, which basically is around now. Him being the war hero means that, well, he must have been a pretty big guy, right? Either way, Archie just kind of goes, something is not right here. Why does Dawes even want that? Why does he only attack certain cities? Why did he not destroy Alvanista or Venetia or your hometown initially already? Why did he only attack that little town that is called Hamel with the help of Demitel? Why is he only focusing on certain things? So she thinks everything is a bit fishy here and doesn't quite see the pattern as to why the things would happen the way they do. Either way, we decide to quickly pay a visit to Archie's father while the war preparations are in progress. So it turns out Archie just kind of initially tells us, "I want to meet my father, I want to ask him a few things," and what she actually wants to ask is not relevant to our cause at all, except it is relevant to her. "Why did you not tell me that my mother was alive?" It turns out, quite a few years ago, there was a split between elves and humans were no longer allowed to live together. All the pure elves were drawn and just kind of dragged off by the elves into the Ymir forest, and they were not allowed to, well, converse with humans anymore. All half-elves need to stay away. Something really bad has happened, or more specifically, the elves accuse humans to be greedy and be really, really unreasonable, and that's why they say, "You have done more worse than any other thing. We won't have nothing to do with your kind anymore," and completely, well, draw back into the Ymir forest. Archie then still kind of inquires, "Why did you not tell me?" So it turns out Archie's mother told Bart, her father, to tell her when she grows up that her mother died, because it would be easier for her. Because she's sure Archie would want to meet her mother at some point. But since she's a half-elf, she would never be allowed to. And that's kind of how that played out. Also, when we return to Midgard Castle, there's a demon. He's supposed to be a messenger and just kind of goes, "Ha, that was your last warning. You didn't want to listen. So now you pay. Also, let me draw a little bit of blood." And he has a little kid hostage. Edward D. Morrison managed to yank the kid out of the demon's grasp. But unfortunately, he gets stabbed right through the belly. And instead of letting the demon go, because that's a really powerful one, he decides to, well, sacrifice himself, actually. So Cress and Mint know Edward D. Morrison was the war hero from 100 years ago. They just changed history by appearing here, because Edward D. Morrison is no longer alive. He just got killed, taking out the demon. So what do we do now without the war hero? Well, we just try to carry on as well as we can. So this are the Valkyrie Plains. This is the little bridge. The little bridge is the choke point. If we can push back Dawes' army to this bridge and clean out the Valkyrie Plains of his minions, we will be able to progress and also defend against everything that he throws at us. So we try to form a plan on also form parties and groups between the generals, and then the generals here have a meeting. Clarf is now ordained to take over Edward D. Morrison's position, and they are going to be discussing the matter on how to do this. By the way, fun fact, going down and up the stairs apparently passes an entire day in the night, because they have been discussing this for so long. Either way, the tactician just kind of goes, is the Magitech cannon ready? And he goes, yep, it is. We were also allowed earlier to look around the laboratory for their Magitech technology and ask around, what is everything, what are you doing here? That seems pretty awesome. And they are using technology in order to harness magic. Clarf uses summon spirits to cast spells. Well, I guess they are just kind of attempting to help everybody out there. And this is how the war starts. We don't have the war hero, Edward D. Morrison. He's dead. Instead, we have our little party that now travel back in time. Shades raid, whoa. That's a lot of people. Welcome everybody. I hope you are having a lovely evening. And that's a really strong raid. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia, Lore Percent, where I retell the story while I speedrun through the game. We are currently have arrived about halfway through the game, where we are now on the Valkyrie Plains, entering the big war that people knew from 100 years ago, more specifically Cress and Archie, which are the two first characters in our party from 100 years ago. So, I need to set up a menu real quick, so I will be doing this now. I set Clarf to be in the far back. So this area is a bit special compared to others. I want to be able to run away as quick as possible. I need to... Oh, I would need to, but I don't have to. Because I don't have it. That's okay. I can do that without that. I actually forgot to buy certain things, but we don't really need those too much as long as we are playing well. But that's probably kind of an issue. So we are equipping Archie here with an Onyx. We are equipping you, this is fine, and we are just ready to go, I guess. That's alright. So I was supposed to buy a few more items, but I didn't. So, wow, that's unfortunate. This is a pretty special area where instead of getting into random encounters on the overworld, there are actually NPCs running around, and I need to avoid them as good as I can in order to not get into any battles whatsoever. So, and welcome everybody. I hope you're having a lovely evening, and I hope you are well off so far. Wow, that's really unlucky. I get into two encounters in the first screen, which technically speaking that's not luck, that's just kind of me messing up a bit. But the unlucky portion is that they decide to be encounters that are ambushes, which means left and right side are covered by enemies, and we cannot just move out of there. Alrighty, I decide to kill those guys instead, because that's probably faster than trying to run away at this point. So, I'm opening and closing the menu here, trying to not get into any encounters. However, the stationary enemies that are standing around on the field, they are really fast when you get into their reach. So you need to avoid getting into the reach within reason. The other ones are just running around randomly. So I need to just try and sneak past them, which can be really difficult. Optimally, I don't get into any encounters at all, which I have not managed to do so yet. I actually was supposed to buy an item in the previous city that allows me to run away a little bit quicker from combat, but, well, I forgot to do that because I was telling the story. So yeah, welcome everybody, thank you very much for the raid and the host, I really appreciate that. And let's see, as I said, I think it's faster if I just try to completely kill those guys, instead of trying to run away from them. I'm not supposed to be fighting anything at all here, but... Wow, I did not even see that guy. This could be a bit difficult. I'm going to lose a lot of time here. So, ladies and gentlemen from... I think Alarshade, or Alarshade. I'm currently doing here a speedrun. However, it's a bit of a different speedrun. Instead of purely focusing on getting the best by time possible, I'm focusing on trying to retell the story as I know it. From the game here called Tales of Phantasia, which is a Japanese only released game for the Super Famicom, And this is also why I'm playing the Japanese version. There is a English fan translation, however there is no English official release for this game that you could play for the Super Nintendo anyways. There is, however, a Game Boy Advance version that was officially released in English, but commonly considered to be pretty much the worst version of the kind. I have to reset here, otherwise I can't go through. And that's okay. I cannot get past that guy without encountering him. Too bad. Thank you very much, Alarshade. Really appreciate that. Alrighty, we're just trying to run away from those battles. Fun fact, in the PlayStation version you cannot actually run from those encounters, you have to beat them once you get into encounters. But it's way easier to just completely avoid them. The goal it is for the army is to weaken the enemies and push them back, and for us the goal is... Wow, really? That message there was, hey, it is midnight, would you like to rest? And I didn't manage to leave the screen and the other guy just straight up walked into me because of it. That was rude. The basic goal is of this... How did you hit me? That we manage to reach the leader and push them back. Once they lose the leader, they will lose all the morale to fight. At least that's the idea. And we managed to, well, beat everybody from this area here. So, alrighty. We managed to get through. Was way slower than it should be, but that's okay. I heal everybody up with... well, as much as I can. Use some healing items. And also equip here. I already did the equipping actually. Q slash. Also, I need to equip this thing here. I need to equip... I don't have that yet. I don't have that yet. That's okay. This here, and there we go. So, this is the leader of Dao's current army that is fighting on the field. What we do here is, all we do is ask Clark to summon Maxwell. Maxwell is the last summon spirit that we received. Maxwell has extremely variable damage. He can deal anywhere between 100 to 1600 damage per individual bullet. How that damage exactly worked, I have no clue. But we need to make sure that we defeat those guys so they don't defeat us. And the easiest way to do so is just make sure that we use Maxwell. With a bit of luck, 2 Maxwell spellcasts are completely enough to take out the dragon without any problems whatsoever. And also defeat him without, well, losing too much time anyways. So, alrighty. After this, I actually need to do some menuing that I ordinarily don't have to do, but because I actually kind of messed up, I have to do that now. So, we equip this here on Archie now. Oops, that's the wrong item. There we go. And here we go. So, we managed to push back Dao's army in the Valkyrie plains. And we are actually being rewarded. Those are the 4 generals leading the various troops pushing Dao's army back. And we are being rewarded for our heroic efforts, which means, depending on how many enemies we defeat on our way, we actually get more or less money, and also depending on how fast we are, we get more or less good rewards. Those rewards are completely irrelevant to us personally, we just want to defeat the final boss and the area in order to sneak through as quick as possible. So, what I'm doing here now is I'm going to be explaining what is happening here. Essentially, we managed to push back Dao's ground army back to the choke point on the bridge. However, it turns out there is a large amount of flying demons arriving. We don't exactly have any particularly good means to defend against an aerial attack, and well, we just try to do whatever we can. The tactician of Midgard decides to, okay, guys, we need to release our Magitech cannon, otherwise we will not stand much of a chance at all. And we decide to see what we can do to help them out there as well. Archie is actually the only one who can properly fly and defend against an aerial attack currently. But on our way outside, suddenly, Cress gets kidnapped by a weird kind of contraption. Mint is really not happy about this and just kind of goes, "Oh no, what happened?" And I think she basically fell over from shock that Crest just kind of suddenly disappeared without, I guess, taking her with him. Or something like that. Either way, it turns out the reason why Crest was kidnapped is because he received Gungnir, Odin's spear, in Alvanista when they were rewarded. And here the Valkyrie on the Pegasus tells Crest that, okay, hand over the spear and we can go with this without any trouble. And Crest just kind of goes, I don't need that spear, but here's a deal. If you lend me your flying horse for just a while, I'm going to give you the spear afterwards, no problem. And so, that's the deal. In the meantime, the Magitech cannon fires, and if you have never seen it, I recommend you watch the PlayStation cutscene for this. It's actually even more impressive than this one here. And so it turns out, the Magitech cannon is insanely powerful and just wipes up the flying army that is coming at us. And in the meantime, we see a little cutscene where Martel goes, oh no, mana magic is draining really fast, what is happening? It turns out the Magitech cannon fires a beam of pure mana, and it now overheated as well. When they tried to load it up for a second round of fire, because not all the demons were destroyed yet, the flying ones, we overloaded the cannon. Thankfully, Cress with a flying horse just kind of magically turns up, and now it's not just Archie who can defend against the onslaught of flying demons, but also Cress on a flying horse. Being the only two that can properly fly and defend against the demons, well, here we go. So this is why I bought earlier Archie a spell called Thunderblade. Thunderblade is a pretty quick and strong spell to execute against those enemies here, and I'm taking advantage of that by just casting 2 times Thunderblade, which should kill the harpies here. Unfortunately, the second harpy actually just moved a little bit out of the picture. Also, we just learned a new ability called Furious Lash with Cress, which is going to be extremely handy and useful. Here, those enemies are called Lilites. They are completely and absolutely immune to every form of magic, so I have to use physical attacks against them. Also, I would like to point out, as epic and amazing as the entire setup for defending or being the only force to be able to defend against the flying onslaught of Dao's army is, unfortunately the combat mechanics for this section are really questionable. Like, you can't use any abilities whatsoever with Cress. You can stab and you can jump stab if you are far enough away from the enemy. That's it. Here I just decide to use 2 Thunderblades to hopefully take up the Harpy in the background, while Cress deals enough damage to the Gargoyles in the front to take them out in conjunction with 2 Thunderblades as well. And then we focus on the little Lilite here, which once again, he doesn't just not take any damage, he gets healed from the Thunderblade ability. So far so good. This hasn't actually been a really good combat for the air so far. If you ever played this game casually, you will not quite understand what will hit you, because you will lose the first battle probably. So here is where we use Ray once. Ray does really good damage against those guys. They are weak to light, and thus pretty quickly defeated with just a few more stabs. On top of that, this is the boss fight, and this is also where we use up the yellow cakes that we gathered in the Mines of Moria. So in the Mines of Moria, we acquired an item called the Yellow Cake, which is essentially just a consumable item in battle, which casts the most powerful fire spell in the entire game, basically just for free. Wow, he's dead already? He does not usually die to Yellow Cake, so that was probably really high damage rolls. Either way, we managed to defeat the dragon, and now it's just a little Lilite left over. And trust me, trying to defeat that dragon with 6 or 7 rays instead of just using 2 yellow cakes would just take way longer. So that was actually a really good flying segment. Thanks to our efforts and the Pegasus, who is now taking away the spear that we were using for the aerial combat, the Gungnir, we managed to defend Midgard against the army of Dals, have pushed them all the way back out of the Valkyrie fields and hold them at the choke point at the bridge now. So that means we essentially won this battle here. Now we can push towards Dals castle. In the meantime, the tactician just kind of rummaged through Edward D. Morrison's goods and discovered there is actually a book of spells called Indignation. That Indignation spell is the most powerful lightning elemental spell. So we will be able to make good use of that. Apparently, Dals is very weak against Indignation, and in fact you will be seeing that soon coming up here. So, we just need to run through the Valkyrie fields once more in order for us to go and finally take on Dals in his own castle. So, instead of just sending an entire army at his castle, we decide to go by ourselves. Why we do that, I'm not entirely sure. And I would also like to point out that I will probably be focusing a lot inside Karl's castle, so I might not be talking quite as much during it, since it is a pretty difficult section to do. Especially now I need to actually use a backup strategy, since I forgot to buy earlier something in a previous segment. I need to go and I need to go and get this thing here. This is a mystic symbol, which I was supposed to buy earlier instead of get it here, since that is slightly faster. But hey, it's okay. We go and get the items out of here, and here I'm going to do a little skip. Got it. So what I'm doing here is you're supposed to do a loop-de-loop around the area and then step into that doorway and then go back out of it and then do another loop-de-loop around, and it just takes way longer. Instead I'm using the delayed switch mechanics of the game that allow me to step onto the switch and activate it and just immediately take one step back before the game actually fully recognizes that I stepped on the switch. So it's essentially a tiny skip. Either way, in the mirrors you can see there are some weird ghosts and spiritual guys, thingies, whatever. We want to kind of battle them, but we can't because we don't have the necessary item, and that is exactly what we're looking for. Either way, you see me walking here and getting bumped through corners. Whenever I bump into a corner, I actually gain one additional step. It's not just faster, but it actually also stays me certain steps. So for anyone who has joined us recently, whenever I use a holy bottle and go from a non-combat zone to a combat zone while the holy bottle aura is active, I gain 255 steps exactly until... whoopsie, I messed that up. I gain 255 steps exactly until I get into the next encounter. And that helps me completely and absolutely avoid every single random encounter in the entire game. Also, I'm not supposed to fail this minigame here. So now the stuff opened, we go on. Alrighty, here, use a holy bottle, 255 steps. If I walk, if I run, it is actually only 127 steps I can go until the next encounter. But this is just enough to reach this area, which is a safe area. We push this statue, or pull it for that matter, over here to the hole and let it drop down, because down there is a switch that we need to hold down in order for us to progress. So we just push the statue down here, push it onto the switch, and unfortunately there's another such switch here, but we don't have a statue anymore. So what do? Of course, we just leave someone behind. That kind of makes sense, right? So Mint just currently stays behind so we can progress a bit further, and we just move on. Also earlier in the castle, I did not get a special spell that we could get in theory, that is called the Firestorm for Archie. Firestorm is a reasonably strong fire-based spell, as you may or may not be able to tell. And the reason why I didn't get it is because, well, I can get it here. If you interact with this guy from one step away, which by the way the developers currently didn't think of, for some reason, don't ask me why, you gain a book of spells. It's the Firestorm spell. Whoop-de-doo, I have no idea why. Either way, here we equip a new ability called Fury Strike, which is extremely powerful. Let me also check whether I need to do anything else. I did everything else already. Alrighty. Also, the reason why I equipped the stuff here, I'm going to the menu before him instead of earlier, is because if I don't go into the menu, since you're not supposed to pick up the Firestorm spell here, Archie's spells table would actually not update. So Firestorm has a really good chance of one-shotting those lizard guys. And then we use Maxwell onto those demons. Maxwell can potentially one-shot those demons with a bunch of 1600 damage rolls, but you need to get pretty lucky with that. Most of the time, I just finish them off with Cress afterwards. If we get lucky with a question mark sword here, by the way, we pick up a chest here, they were guarding a chest with a mirror inside, and we can now use that mirror to encounter the demons earlier in the mirror, which is actually just a hidden passageway. If we are lucky with our question mark sword that we just received, which by the way is purely random, we can get an item that is called a Moonphallux. In order to identify items in this game, use a rune bottle on them. Let's see, we get a rune bottle here. Where's a... Nope, that was just a longsword. That's unfortunate. But that's okay. So, we get Mint here, back from the switch, because I want her to gain more experience. It's actually technically faster to exchange Mint for Archie instead of just getting Mint from here. But, well... I do want Mint to get an experience and then need Archie for the upcoming combat sections. This is a safe room, there are no encounters here, which means because the Horrible Aura is still active, I gain 255 more steps to go all the way into the next area. And here, I'm actually going to go into a side room through an encounter. This is optional, but behind this is a really extremely valuable item. So, once again, use a Firestorm and the Maxwell cast. Archie unfortunately got interrupted there, so I need to cast a Firestorm spell again. I think Archie gets interrupted again. Maxwell did really not good damage there, unfortunately, as well. So I tell Clark to cast Maxwell. Just on the lizard there, hopefully taking him out. Oh wow, those are really low damage rolls. Oh, it actually was just enough with 1/800 in there. And there we go. Mint now gains a ton of levels. We gain another question mark sword, which we want to identify, trying to hope for a Moonphallux. And here are 3 chests that we want to get. This is an hourglass, an elixir, and 10,000 gold. The hourglass is the most powerful item in the game, as I call it. It stops combat time for enemies for 5 seconds. If you use a rune bottle on it, it stops combat time for 10 seconds total, which is just insanely long of, well, time really. So, alrighty, we use a thing here. Unfortunately, once again, a longsword. We get Mint, try to have her heal everybody up. And then we face through the mirror again. So, we use Maxwell on this. We use Archie to deal with the lizard on the backside. So, even if this does not kill the lizard, by the way, in this position Archie would actually kill the lizard guy with just her physical attacks. Since we equipped her the broom... Wow, that's a good damage rolls. That's really good damage rolls. Since we equipped Archie with the broom earlier that we found in the Mines of Moria, also once again, unfortunately no Moonphallux. Archie does actually pretty okay damage with physically. The main reason why I equipped her with the broom early is because for the flying section. Sometimes it can be handy for Archie to deal physical damage up there, but that actually did not occur this time around, but that's okay. So, we just picked up the key, which is necessary for us to open up a door. We are not supposed to get into encounter here. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. We are not supposed to get into encounter here at all. This could be really bad for us. I think Maxwell, yeah, Maxwell actually does damage against those guys. Maxwell is non-elemental, so it should be fine. Oh no. Oh, I'm not supposed to get in the encounter here. Okay, we should be able to defeat those guys here. Good. I'm not going to take a risk and try to run away from those now. I'm just going to go straight for them. That was a good damage rolls. Alrighty. That was really not clever of me, unfortunately. It's okay now. I was actually not supposed to use a holy bottle just over there, which was supposed to reach, but I guess I actually made a mistake in my running path earlier. But it's okay. We survived it. A bit ugly, but we survived it. Oh boy. So, alrighty. Moving on here. So, what do we do? Because we still need to leave someone here, but we actually need 4 characters. So we just leave Archie here. Remember, Archie can fly. That is actually handy. Because we will want to have Archie fly us into special places in this castle inside. Since, well, this castle has holes in the floor, remember where we pushed the statue down? Well, what if you could get from that room right over here? Turns out, you can, if you are Archie and you can fly right up. So she did not need to step on the switch. And here we are, very good. Alrighty. Moving here, using up 1 more holy bottle. I'm actually going to heal up Archie as well here. Archie is the one lady that needs to be full of MP here. I tell Mint to go into healing mode so she can cast healing spells on her own volition if he wants to. I also replenish her TP and I make sure that Archie is equipped with everything, and we are also equipped with the most defensive setup of equipment that we can have. Which means I'm going to equip the Onyx that Clark is currently equipped with. I'm going to give him the second moon thing that we have here, which he should have equipped earlier, but because of my mistake in routing, it didn't quite happen that way. Alrighty, we are equipped with the most defensive setup that we can have on Cress. I already used that, that's okay, we don't need more than that. Put everything in the far back, and move on. Save here, this is the last room before the point of no return. This is the reason why we need 4 people. It turns out Clark actually knows this type of key door, and you need to have 4 people facing the 4 directions of the room. And here we get to the last of the guardians. We have Clark once again cast spell. We save Archie's MP. And just kind of hope that Clark is good enough with dealing with those guys without any further delay, so to speak. So the demon might hopefully die here? No, not quite. Stop doing that. Wow, that lizard is really aggressive right now. Stop doing this. Holy smokes. That lizard really did not want to go down at all. Wow. Oh my god. Okay. We get another question mark sword, so we need to actually heal up and prepare for the final battle here. I'm also going to replenish the TP for Mint and Clark, just in case Clark is necessary. Also I'm going to use the rune bottle here onto that question mark sword that we just received. It's unfortunately another long sword. This is completely useless. So either way, this is Daos. And when I finally reach his throne, and his answer to this is, why are you here? I have no business with you at all. And it's just kind of, he looks puzzled even. But no matter, we have an open business with him. So essentially that is just kind of what our party says. Dallas essentially tells us, why are you here? I have no business with you. But Cress and Mint just kind of go, but we have business with you. And essentially, it is kind of a weird encounter. Dallas does not understand as to why we try to defeat him. If you think about it, he is 100 years in the past from where we originally started, so technically he doesn't know that he already eradicated Cress' family and Mint's family and everybody involved for that matter. So it kind of makes sense, right? Either way, we have Archie here cast Indignation again and again and again, and you might notice that I'm not killing those little demons in front of him. Those little demons are actually protecting me from Daos. What they are doing is they are not allowing Daos to get closer. Let me explain. Those little demons, Daos cannot pass through them on his own volition. He doesn't have any abilities to fly through or attack us from the back. And he only will attack us as soon as he gets close to our party. So all I'm doing is I let those little demons here live, because they will allow me to not get hit by Daos. With his extremely strong ability, as in Daos is really, really crazy powerful. You do not want to encounter him if you have the option to... well, defend against him. And also I accidentally replenished Clark's TP instead of Archie's. So, the main reason why Daos seems to be so difficult to defeat is because he can only be hurt by magic, and Indignation does an insane amount of damage against him. As you can see, that was just kind of enough to take him out. And because I did the little trick with the demons, he never actually got to really attack us either. Only after the demons died, he started actually attacking us and being a menace, but not even too bad. So, we win because he actually escapes. So if you paid attention, at the end of combat, there was some little stars flying around or outside of combat, where Daos was defeated. What happened in reality is that we didn't actually kill Daos. He literally teleported away. Where to, we have no idea. But as it turns out, he didn't teleport necessarily to a place. This was the light of time travel. So he time traveled into the future. So, what do? Well, we try to get back to the future. Also that reference. In order to be able to defeat Daos, we try to chase him down into 100 years into the future and try to figure out how can we do this. Since we know that Edward D. Morrison did research on time travel and did a lot of research on the entire matter, we tried to figure out maybe we can get there and defeat Daos there, since that's the only place where we know where he is. But there are two issues. One, how do we do that? As it turns out, in Edward D. Morrison's house, we find information about an ancient civilization that is called Thor, which had machines that allowed them to time travel. But also there's another issue. If we time travel into the future, the mana tree is going to be completely withered and rotten away, and Archie would not be able to use her spells. On top of that, Clark is also going to be completely unable to summon his spirits, because the summoned spirits are no longer alive, because they also decay when they have no longer any mana. So we need to figure out a way to teleport into the future through that ancient civilization of Thor, most likely. On top of that, we need to figure out a way to heal the mana tree so it's still alive 100 years in the future. So that's what we are doing here. And also, remember the unicorn lady I talked to? Well, that's going to be relevant here soon. First of all, let me clean out the first slot in our inventory so I can buy more rune bottles. And also, I was supposed to buy items here, but I'm just going to buy this now here instead. So, we resupply everything in this area. And there we go. And also, we just go and decide to take a nap. So, if you missed talking to the lady about unicorns, Mint will actually not remember here. Also on top of that, if you go to sleep in Alvanista instead, that's actually bad for a speedrun, because this cutscene will happen regardless where you sleep. It's actually pretty neat, because the cutscene can happen in any inn, and it has inn-specific triggers. This game has a lot of details, as in, I just love this game, how much detail it has. So, either way, Mint has a little dream. When she was a little kid, and her mother had beautiful earrings the shape of a unicorn. And Mint really wanted to have those earrings, but little Mint, no. Those are a keepsake that I got from my mother, little Mint. Here, you can have the hat instead. And well, Mint is still wearing the hat. It's still a bit large for her, but it's the last thing that she has from her mother. Either way, Mint wakes up early and just kind of thinks, we need to have enough power to heal the mana tree, right? I heard about a unicorn. The unicorn is a very, very powerful creature that could lend us its power to heal the mana tree in order for us to, well, restore it to its full power. So, essentially we now know, well, I guess trying to find that unicorn might be our only way to be able to heal the mana tree, so we tried to seek out a unicorn. As we learned, the unicorn is residing in a forest that is called the White Forest, and can only be encountered by pure maidens. Which means the guys are already out. They can obviously not get to visit the unicorn. So, I guess only Archie and Mint can actually go and visit the unicorn, and the guys just kind of have to wait outside. And I guess that's the plan, that's what we are going to be doing. Also, let me real quick try to see whether I got another... Did I get another question mark sword? I thought I did. Apparently I didn't, that's okay. Either way, we have Mint, we have Archie, they will be able to ask the unicorn for help to lend its power to heal up the mana tree. So, we need to go once again through the Valkyrie Plains, this time take a different exit in order to reach the White Forest. By the way, there is actually another additional little cutscene on the boat, where if you go and sleep in Alvanista and already have had that cutscene where Mint remembers about the earrings, but we skipped that cutscene in a speedrun because, well, we can. And we can just instead sleep in Olive Village, which is a bit faster than doing the other thing. So, alrighty. We run all the way through the Valkyrie Fields and go into, oopsie, the White Forest. So, inside the White Forest, we decide to split up into two parties, Mint and Archie. Archie, get with Mint, come on. Only pure maidens are allowed to go in there. And Archie's reaction to that probably just kind of tells you everything. And Clark immediately realizes what's going on, but Archie just kind of goes, oh, okay, I'm going with you. But essentially, just before we manage to reach the place where the unicorn resides, Archie decides to, you know what, I'm going to look in for the unicorn in the other direction. I think we are faster when you split up, bye. Because Archie realizes Mint would never be able to encounter the unicorn if Archie was with her. And so, Mint actually finds the unicorn and starts inquiring. The unicorn just kind of goes, young lady, what is your desire? I can see you can sorrow. Come to me with sorrow in your heart. And Mint starts explaining. In the meantime, Clark just kind of talks with Cress a bit and asks Cress, you know, are you with Mint? Cress is a bit bold, he doesn't quite understand. With Mint, what do you mean? Yeah, we've been together quite a while. And Clark just kind of, whatever. But all of a sudden, Clark realizes that there is another presence in the forest. Because Clark has spent so much time in the spiritual world, even though he's a human, he can actually sense demons, which, by the way, is more than an extraordinary ability for a person or a human in this world. So, we decide to go and actually get Archie in this case. Archie you can find here, and we just kind of ask her, Archie, what are you doing here? Why are you not with Mint? She's in danger. And Archie goes, what's going on? And then we go. You can actually skip getting Archie here and just go and defeat the unicorn demon straight up. However, I don't do this here because I need Archie to cast Firestorm on those guys. Since I do not have the Moonphallux, which would allow me to deal with those guys really fast, I just decide to use Firestorm on those demons. So that does a bit more than 6,000 damage to them. Really reliably. They have a bit more than 10,000 HP. And the first demon here should be dead now. I'm going to cast one more Firestorm. And if you ordinarily have the Moonphallux, that would be a bit faster. But, well, we don't have it. So we kind of have to go with the second-rate ability here. The Moonphallux is essentially a sword which allows you to deal damage with, as in light damage, since it is light element, and those guys are weak to light element. But right now, the mecha halberd we have just kind of have to suffice. Alrighty. We managed to defeat the demons, but unfortunately, the unicorn was actually protecting Mint from the demons, and in the battle got deathly wounded. The unicorn, however, decides the request from the pure maiden, Mint, is granted. So the unicorn transforms into the unicorn staff and gives Mint all of her power. And with that power, Mint will be able to heal the mana tree back to full health. Although that is probably going to be no small task since... yeah. Also here they kind of ask Archie, hey Archie, why did you not stay with Mint? And Mint just kind of starts staggering and go, oh yeah, you know, there was this boy. And Archie casts, Mint casts heal on the tree, which is her most powerful healing spell at the time. Fun fact, if you have Nurse, which is a more powerful healing spell, she will cast Nurse here, which is a really nice little detail of this cutscene. Either way, Mint casts a more than extremely powerful healing spell and just shatters the earth and restores, or tries to restore the mana tree to its full glory from how it was before. Why not lose Luna? Good question. I could probably have used Luna. So, and after everyone has basically almost passed out from the intensity of the healing spell, in which, by the way, Mint almost sacrificed her life for it. Almost, but she's still alive. We managed to, well, heal the mana tree back to its full glory. And now that the mana tree is no longer decaying, we can make sure, or be sure, that mana is actually still flowing in the future. And here is Martel. Martel is just kind of baffled that Mint managed to heal the mana tree, and she also thanks us for restoring it to its former glory. She will try to keep it as healthy as possible throughout the years, and well, that's what we're going to be attempting here too. So, and that was that little side mission there. Now, the only thing remaining is to go back and somehow enter Thor. Basically, the Abyss of Thor is where we are looking for the ancient city of Thor, which apparently had devices that allows us to travel back in time. So, fun fact, if you travel to the Abyss of Thor and try to travel back in time, because yes, that is going to work, spoilers. You actually cannot travel back in time because the Abyss of Thor requires enough mana to send you back in time, and there is not sufficient enough mana on the world. It decides to not work because, well, the machines in the Abyss of Thor are considered enough to not use up more mana than it can reproduce, and so it would not allow you to teleport back. And so you need to actually go and reach Thor the mana tree before you can even teleport back in time. So either way, we asked this fisherman to bring us to a very random spot in the ocean. Actually, we just chartered the boat. And here is where we expect to be the Abyss of Thor. And, well, thanks to Clark having pretty good connection to the summon spirit, he just asks Andini to bring them safely to the bottom of the ocean. Alrighty. And here we go. The captain just kind of goes, okay, they are gone. They told us we can go after they are gone because they're not going to return, so we're going back. And kind of has second thoughts about leaving them just kind of in the ocean. But on the other hand, they got transported there by the summon spirit of water, so it should be fine, right? Probably. So, alrighty. We are now in the ancient city of Thor, which, as you may be able to recognize, is a lot more advanced than what you might initially expect. We pick up a weird card that has a material that they've never seen. And initially they just kind of assume it's playing cards, but no, it's actually an ID card which allows you to enter here. And suddenly a weird voice sounds, access granted. And you have no idea what just kind of happened. Either way, what we're going to be doing here, oops, one step up, is I'm going to be healing everybody up with Mint's abilities. I'm going to tell Mint to be offensive again. I'm going to put Cress in the far front. I'm going to swap out Clark with Archie's position, essentially. I'm going to use a holy bottle. I'm going to do this, use a rune bottle on an hourglass, or more specifically use a rune bottle on 2 hourglasses, and also the... oh yeah, we are supposed to use that earlier, whatever. There, we are supposed to use those on this thing, then we save and reset. So, the city of Thor actually has a weird contraption where... it's a bit hard to explain. The short version is it's random which door leads where and in which chest the key is. 3. I'm also interacting 3 times with the door there to overflow the step counter. This is the chest key. And here, this is the correct door. Because I just saved and reset, I knew exactly which door it was where and where I needed to go. So that's what I did. So, and while we are entering the heart of the city of the Abyss of Thor, we are actually encountering robots. Robots here apparently are just guarding the machines. And Indignation, because it's an electricity type attack, just does massive amounts of damage. Could you please stop? Don't kill Archie! Holy smokes, are you serious? Those little rockets are insane. Oh my god! You guys are not supposed to kill Archie here. That's ridiculous. I'm actually going to use a lemon gummy here to heal up Cress. Oh my god, stop attacking so fast! I'm using indignation to get rid of this little guy in the back. It's absolutely worth it. Stop attacking so fast. This is craziness. Holy smokes. Those little robots, they can attack relatively slowly or insanely fast like this, where I don't get to attack in between whatsoever, which is just craziness, really. Wow, alrighty. How many playable characters did this game have? This game only has one playable character. You can only take control over Cress fully. But there are a total of 5 different types of party members. Holy smoke, stop it! Oh my god. Those little robots were really not pleasant. They are not usually that extreme, but wow. Alrighty, here. I'm just going to heal up. And I'm also going to restore Crest TP. And make sure everything is in order, safe, and there we go. Oh my god. Alrighty, after we manage to take out the alarm system, we go to this thing. This apparently is the heart of the Abyss of Thor. It's an ancient computer that is still working, and initially it just kind of asks you, you are not allowed to access my computer or my devices, need to request permission from the mayor. Then it takes a second. Mayor is no longer alive, assigning a new mayor. You are now the new mayor of the town. Would you like to grant access? And he says just, yes? Okay. Then we tell him we would like to teleport to the future. That the machine tells us, okay, in order to teleport, we need to raise the continent back to the surface in order to gather enough mana to be able to, well, teleport back to the future. So we tell him exactly where we want to go. We want to go into the catacombs where he first encountered Daos just after he disintegrated the Black Knights, but before he did anything bad to Chester and Tornix D. Morrison. Which, by the way, Tornix D. Morrison looks an awful lot like Edward D. Morrison. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but that's okay. Either way, this is going to be our second encounter with Daos, and it can go either really good or really bad. Let's see which one this is going to be. So this is the light of time travel. You may have seen this a few times before. You may have just thought, oh, that's just when you defeat an enemy or a specific boss. No, this is actually teleporting through time. So that means whenever you saw that, some time travel kind of stuff was involved. Most likely anyways. So either way, we land in front of Daos just before he tries to take on Tornix D. Morrison. And here, we chase him through time. We are not done with you yet, Daos. You destroyed our villages, you killed our friends and families. Have at you. Jump, 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 jump. Excellent. Alrighty, if he jumps back, we win, basically. As long as I don't mess up. So what I do here is I use a chronoglass. More specifically, I'm going to be using 2 chronoglasses. Chronoglasses allow me to use this ability here. This is called the Gale Shield. Gale Shield is insane if you can push an enemy into the corner. And as you can clearly see, it deals insane amount of damage. And this Daos here, he only has a grand total of 16,250 HP. Remember that number because that's the amount of HP we dealt to him in physical damage. Naturally, because we had such an intense battle with Daos, where I just cornered him with 2 chronoglasses and completely destroyed him, the entire palace or the area is going to go up in flames and, well, get destroyed, so we need to flee. This is auto-scrolling cutscene, I can speed it up. But let me real quick explain how the Daos mechanic works. Daos can only be defeated by spells because whenever you deal physical damage to him, he heals it up. As long as he is at least over 20,000 HP, he will heal up any physical damage that you deal to him. He will keep track how much physical damage you accumulate until he can heal it up, and then heal up the entire amount. I just dealt 16,250 damage to him. And he has that amount of healing saved up. Because he does not heal up any longer because he is under 20,000 HP, that will actually be relevant later. So, but our party here, we just defeated Dals. He's dead. There will be more to it, but Dals is dead for now, which is the good news. So that means it is time to say goodbye. Archie and Clarf, they are kind of in the wrong time period. So both Archie and Clarf, they still have people back home, back in their time. Clarf has his wife or girlfriend. Archie still needs to return to her father. So I guess that's going to be the goodbye. Chester's just kind of standing right next to them. He doesn't exactly understand what was going on. Chester, the guy who's decided to stay alone in the village, who was slaughtered and decided to carry out the task of giving everyone a proper burial all on his own. And then jumped into Dahl's hands to prevent him from spellcasting so Tornix C. Morrison could send us back in time. Well, he's just kind of on the side of here, but either way, Mint is really sad because they're not going to see Clarf ever again. He's a human. He's not going to live until they see each other again. At least Archie is a half-elf. She is going to grow old enough and live long enough to see Cress and Archie once, and Cress and Mint once more. Well then, time to say goodbye. But the game is not yet complete. As it turns out, all of a sudden it rains meteors from heaven. This is literally the spell meteor. So, what essentially happens here, Dals apparently somehow managed to escape, and we will learn that in just a second here, and is sending back meteor storms into the past and tries to eradicate the various areas, including our party. However, he doesn't exactly hit us. And all of a sudden there's a light of time travel here once again, where this weird random guy appears. He introduces himself as Hans. He is from approximately 50 years in the future, and he is here to get the only party who was ever known to be able to defeat Dals, since Dals is now wreaking havoc. 50 years from now, once essentially we have lived our lives and are no longer able to battle him. So Hans went back into the time because that's what their council decided, and tries to gather the party who has battled Dals successfully twice, not just once, and wants us to, well, help him fight. Or help them fight. So we go back to the Abyss of Thor, get teleported 50 years into the future. So our quest is not yet done. Somehow Dals managed to escape once more. We have no idea how exactly he did that, but next time we encounter him, we need to somehow prevent him from being able to time travel. Otherwise, this wild goose chase is never going to end. So, 50 years from now, Dals once again has established himself as a pretty powerful force in the area. And also fun fact, because we are never going to visit it, if you visit Midgard in the future, it has been completely destroyed. Remember that for later. And so, we time travel to a little village called Miguel. Miguel is actually Cress's father. Or, well, it was Cress's father's name, and it was named after, well, Cress's father. So it turns out we have arrived here because Hans figured, well, you may want to see what happened to your village about 50 years in the future. After you too rebuilt it. You too? No clue what that means. Either way, we now have actually 5 party members because Chester joins us as well. However, there can only be 4 party members at a time, which by the way is kind of funny because they initially even say, now we are 5 unseparatable heroes who will defeat and go after dolls. Where in reality you literally cannot have 5 party members fighting at the same time. Maximum is 4. Either way, you can exchange party members as much as you want. So that's kind of convenient. Also, as you can see, this little village, Hamel here, is no longer here. It's completely wiped off the face of the planet. And here, we try to go to Alvanista. The idea is that we want to go to Alvanista because that is where we are converging to try and figure out a way to defeat dolls. Unfortunately, the sailor here does not want to lend us his ship whatsoever since he is really scared about what might happen to him if he, well, interferes with dolls' plans. So Hans just decides to bring us to Euclid, where in Cress's old uncle's house, 150 years, 50 years in the future, essentially they created a laboratory. A Magitech research facility, just kind of in secret because dolls destroyed every other Magitech research facility so far. And they have those machines, they are not quite complete yet, as you can see on the right side. They're called Rearts. Rearts are short flight machines that allow you to travel short distances, but maybe if we had the power of Volt, the summon spirit of electricity, we could travel actually further or even around the entire world if he just lent us his power. Unfortunately, the, well, ability to transform or use power from summon spirits has been long lost art. Well, not for us, since we have a summoner in our party. Clarf kind of goes, oh yeah, summoning? No problem, I can do that. We received the summon pact ring for making a pact with Volt, and that's what we're going to be doing here. I use a holy bottle here, and I also equipped a weapon that I just picked up. I now equipped a Damascus weapon on Cress, and I'm also going to make sure that Cress has the correct stuff equipped. We do. Then we buy stuff here. We buy full amount of holy bottles, we buy rune bottles here. And then we leave. Alrighty. So, we need to go to Volt and, well, request a pact of Volt to be able to create the summon spirit pact. Actually, I'm supposed to walk here. So we are going to be doing that. Thanks to Clarf being able to, well, form pacts. That is going to be quite helpful. Also, here I'm going to do a bit of a complicated menu. Give me a second. I will explain what I do afterwards. Here we use a holy bottle. No. Holy bottle and... The sage leaves. Where are the other ones? There we go. And also on the... I'll explain in a second. Also, you need to activate those coils with the sorcerer's ring. In order to open up a passage. So, Sorcerer's Ring is not just heat, it's also electricity apparently. So, what I just did there is I created an item called Red Sage. Red Sage allows me to increase Cress HP by 10%. And I'm using it only once every time I step into a new area, because if I were to use it more often than that, the maximum HP has actually not yet updated, and he would receive less maximum HP based on whatever I'm doing here. So I'm actually keep using just one Sage Leaf to increase his maximum HP by more and more and more and more. Eventually, Cress will just kind of have an insane amount of HP, way more than he ordinarily has in gameplays like this. And we are able to pump up his HP by a pretty crazy amount, actually. So, alrighty, let me check real quick. Mint should by now have learned the spell Nurse, which we actually don't want her to use on her own volition. Cress needs to go a bit further back. And that's that. Alrighty, let's go. Here, in Volt's cave, we find the Summon Spirit of Volt. Naturally, even though we have no clue what he's saying, since he is just kind of talking in stars and triangles and circles, we kind of understand that, kind of like the other guys, we need to prove our value and fight him. So I use one indignation, which obviously heals Volt, but it takes care of his minions. And Mint is amazing with her little hammers, and I can just keep using the Furious Lashes to essentially deal with Volt relatively quickly, and if Mint even stuns him, he is guaranteed to get hit. Like this. This is really, really awesome, Mint. Thank you very much. Wow, that was really good fight, actually. Really quick too. Sweet. Alrighty, we defeat Volt, and even though, once again, we have no clue what Volt says, he just talks in weird hieroglyphs and like ancient language. And he sends us some hearts, so we figure let's just do the thing. And Clark requests a summoning pact. And it is granted. Alrighty, we now have the Summon Spirit of Volt. We should be able to power up those ray arts well enough so we can fly everywhere we want. And we will be literally able to travel the entire world. It's kind of like Flamin' Seeker of Mana. You can now go anywhere, whenever you want. So here, actually, Archie and Chester have a bit of a quarrel. Chester is just kind of a bit racist, really, against Archie, since she's a half-elf. And keeps teasing her in really mean ways, and Archie and Chester are just really not getting along for no good reason, really. Either way, we need to move on. The PlayStation version goes into a lot more detail about the, let's say, relationship changes those two go through, but the SNES version just kind of lets you hanging a little bit like that. Either way, Archie and Chester are really not good friends right now. But Cress now has 9000 HP max, which is more than enough to complete the game. And also we have Volt now as our summon spirit. Archie decides to also put her broom in the middle, or more specifically, Clark tells her to put her broom in the middle so it can get powered up and make it more easy to fly at great heights and also long distances. So that way, Archie will no longer have trouble staying high up in the air for long times, since in the air battle earlier they described that Archie could only stay in the air for so long, so we needed to be pretty quick to defeat those guys in the air. Alrighty, do your work, Volt, and thank you very much. So, now we finally can go to Alvanesta, where we will be meeting a familiar face and also receiving the ideas on how to, once and for all, deal with Dahl so he can no longer escape. So the professor here just kind of uses a handy little device which allows him to minimize the ray arts into, well, pocket size. And we receive the ray arts and we can literally use them everywhere, wherever we please, so we don't have to worry about getting back to the ray arts anymore. So that's really nice. Either way, Hans decides to just go on ahead with one of the ray arts and meet us in the castle, while we will be able to, well, follow him shortly. So that's kind of what we do. We tell him that we kind of know how to fly ray arts anyways, you don't need to explain it to us. Thank you very much. And here we go. We get to fly through the world map. And we will be heading straight for Alvanista. There's going to be no detour, there's no reason for me to go anywhere else. Except for, I'm going to go into the city of Alvanista first and buy a weapon. This weapon here is actually, interestingly enough, literally as strong as the legendary sword that we will get at the end. Spoilers. However, it has less of a hit rate, but it's just a really crazy powerful neutral elemental weapon, which is important. So, and those guards here just kind of go, "Halt! You cannot go in here." And they just can. Then Hans comes out and tells them, "Hey, let those guys in. Those are our heroes." And the guards just kind of tell each other, "Are you sure those are just little kids?" Yep, that's what everybody says. Yet we defeated the Owls twice. And here we meet Runeglum again. "Hey Runeglum, you're awesome." And Runeglum, well, introduces us to the current king. Runeglum, because he is a half-elf, of course, he is still the royal advisor of Alvanista, and, well, they decide to explain to us what they have planned. So there are apparently 3 artifacts in the 3 ancient civilizations of Thor, Fenrir, and Odin. And we apparently already have the ancient artifact of Thor, the ring that we picked up after the battle with the robots. So we actually only need to go after the ancient artifacts of Fenrir and Odin. So what we are going to be doing here is we go first after Fenrir. They explain to us where Fenrir is approximately located, but before that I'm going to be here, use a holy bottle, and then use one of the miracle charms, which allows me to reduce shop prices by 50%, and buy some supplies here. More specifically, new armor for Cress and also a new weapon. And then I actually forgot to do something real quick in the last town. That's okay, because I can still do this here. We stock here. Buy holy bottles here, and also, more importantly, buy rune bottles. I need to actually sell some stuff real quick before, because I don't have enough money. Buy holy bottles, just the maximum amount, because the next dungeon is going to be pretty lengthy. And also restock. We need more. Holy smokes, I didn't realize that was that expensive. Sell those two too. Alrighty. We have the maximum amount of rune bottles now. And also the maximum amount of holy bottles plus 1, because we used 1 before we end here. And this is the Church of Fenrir. This town is called Freezekill, and it has a really nice theme. So we decide to try and enter the Church of Fenrir, when suddenly a voice sounds, "Enter if you dare." And Mint and Archer just kind of shattered the door instead of opening it. Good job, guys. They lightly touched it and it literally fell apart. Either way, here we arrive in one of my favorite dungeons, just purely because of the music. I love this music. Unfortunately, it is one of the more intense areas of the game now, because I need to remember to do everything. So, this is Fangwolf, and he just kind of appears to you in ethereal form, and it tells you, "Enter my domain if you dare." And he just kind of dares you to enter his domain if you really want to go ahead. So we equip optimal items on Cress here, and more importantly, we equip the poleaxe instead of anything else. Make sure he has still those equipped. Yes, he does. Afterwards, we need to also equip the aquamarine ring. I almost forgot about that on here, this guy. Aquamarine ring absorbs all water type damage. We set the formation to be all the way in the far back. Everybody's going to be far back. Crest the furthest because he survives the most. Then we go to Mint, heal up everybody, just to the max. We go to Archie and tell her she can cast spells now, but only Fireball. Fireball is the weakest fire spell, and that's enough. We go into formation, we tell Mint to be aggressive, we tell Archie to be aggressive with her spells, and that's it. Did I use a holy bottle? I did not. Alrighty, and with that set up, I'm just going to run through this area here. This is a pretty tense area for me to run through, so I will be probably not talking quite as much as I usually do. Either way, I overflowed my holy bottle step counter on those torches, so I can run around in this room forever without getting into an encounter, and the 255 steps only start in the next room, which is here, and this allows us to just get in front of the statue, which we, by the way, we need to heat up the statue because it's frozen into place. We need to use the sorcerer's ring for that, and kind of like I needed to shoot at the switch earlier because it did not actually open up beforehand. So then we run it here and walk through this section here. It's up, right, left, up, left, up, left, up. Technically speaking, you can also go 3 up, 3 left and 2 up, 2 up and 3 left. No, 2 left and 3 up. There we go, that way around. But that makes it a bit more difficult. Or more specifically, it's more efficient to go zigzag. As usual, I overflow the step counters by using a holy bottle before switches. So, either way, there are those 3 ancient civilizations that apparently existed even before Clarf and Archie's time, that were very, very advanced, and also, as you could see, they had machines to teleport through time. We don't know what exactly happened to those civilizations. Apparently there was a war between them, and something happened and none of them is alive anymore, apparently, or at least present. The machines and the area still work, and the guardians of their artifacts are still active as well. So Fenrir, or the Fangwolf, is currently guarding the Vorpal Blade, or the Boople Sword, whatever you want to call it. The Vorpal Blade is essentially the blade of ice, and the opposite is going to be fire, and that is all part of the ultimate blade that is called the Infinite Sword? I forgot. Either way, we're going to be saving here since the upcoming boss encounter can be really brutal. We hope he isn't. So, Fangwolf, we managed to find him, and he is one of the most ridiculous encounters that you can fight in games here. So, what I'm doing here, I have my party positioned at the far back. Everybody is as far back as it gets. I'm using Clarf to deal the most damage here. Clarf's damage can go upwards of 7,000-8,000, anywhere between 3 and 8,000 damage he can easily deal with his Maxwell spell casts. And I just have Clarf do this, while I keep using Phoenix with Cress. Archie is allowed to cast Fireball, because that keeps hitting Fangwolf as well. And essentially what I'm doing is I keep Fangwolf far away. Oh god. That is exactly what you don't want to have happen. If Cress gets caught here. Let me through, Mint. You do not want to get into melee combat with this guy. This is really bad if that happens. Oh my god, we got stupid lucky there. Fangwolf has crazy high evasion, so hitting him with an attack, even though you see that did 5,000 damage, is really unlikely. Plus, he completely destroys your melee combat. You want to stay away as far as you can. But, thankfully, we managed to defeat him. As Cress picks up the Vorpal Sword, or the Vorpal Blade, he actually also learns a new ability. Essentially, he just realizes the ability to use really powerful ability. I forgot what his name is. I'm sorry. Either way, this was the first portion of this little quest chain. We now have acquired this thing. Now I need to go and equip the Vorpal Blade on Cress. I need to... That is... No. Heal up Cress and Mint with... Sorry, I'm reading my notes. Do this, heal up everybody with Mint. Also equip Mint now with an accessory that we can easily use here, which allows us to... which allows her to not use as much magic anymore with each spell cast, as in cast the spell cost down by 1/3. And then we need to equip new abilities on Cress. We use now... No, that's fine. We need to use Tiger's Heart. Then Archie is no longer allowed to cast Fireball, she is allowed to cast Icy Needle. And just checking. That's it. Alrighty, I think I used a Holy Bottle. If not, that would be bad. That would be really bad. So, alrighty. I'm now prepared to run all the way outside and into the next dungeon. It's kind of difficult to remember all those menus, unfortunately, but once I will have memorized them, it will be completely fine. Also, I forgot I need to have that ring still equipped. That's actually kind of silly. Let's equip Archie with the Sorcerer's Ring, which maybe... Oh no. Okay, we got lucky. This was one of those encounters which allow you to run away really fast. What I was supposed to do is to use a Holy Bottle here. For some reason that completely eluded me. To overflow the step counter so I can run through this entire room. That was really not clever. I got stupid lucky there. Oh well, it's okay. Oh, alrighty. And we are out of the cave. This is one of the longer sections, one of the more difficult ones to remember the Holy Bottle step route. But the next one is even worse. So, that was the Ice Country, essentially. Now we get to the Fire Country. We buy new Holy Bottles. Because that's what we need. And let's go to Odin's Tower. We have actually already been in Odin's Tower. Odin is the guy that owns Gungnir, and Cress needed to return Odin's Gungnir back to him, and he got teleported into the tower by the Valkyrie. But hey. We now need to get through this. 1, 2. Okay, this taking damage is lethal. It deals 1/8 of your maximum health in damage. So it's really brutal. 1, so I need to be really fast here. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if our HP is divisible exactly by 8, we will get killed in 8 hits. However, if our HP actually is not divisible by 8, we will survive 8 hits and get killed on the 9th one. 1, 2, 3. This is actually a stupid intense section. For me anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, oh, that's why. Interesting. Do I change up the... No, I don't change it up. That's interesting. Alrighty. I need to... No, I have everything. I can go. So those are mini boss fights here. Those mini boss fights are pretty difficult to deal with. Also, apparently, I actually made a small mistake there in selecting my ability. That's okay. We don't really need it. So, Archie casting Isaac Needle there is actually really handy. Or a Clarf. Because Archie can actually interrupt exactly those enemies that we need her to interrupt, interestingly enough. So, we revive Clarf here, because we want to have everybody alive here. I was actually a bit confused initially, because for some reason... I did not have the ability on the usual button that I expected the ability to be in. Oh no! What? No, I'm not supposed to get into an encounter here. Oh god. This lags a lot, by the way. Okay, they are pretty weak at least. But that is really not good. They absorb your TP from afar. I was supposed to use a holy bottle in here. I thought I used one in the last room though, so it should have evened out, but I guess I didn't. So I'm going to use one here, replenish Mint's TP and Crest TP. That was really odd. Did do the thing! Okay, that's bad. I did not manage to interrupt the wizard from spellcasting this, which means everybody except Crest dies. And I'm going to immediately heal up Crest here. The interesting thing is the wizard there in the backside, he can only ever cast one of those spells at any point. So now that he casted his spells, he will no longer be able to cast the spell anymore. He does not have enough MP, interestingly enough. I'm going to go here and revive Mint. I want her to have more experience if I can somehow arrange that. No! There we go. Alrighty, now we revive everybody again. Those mini-boss battles are actually pretty brutal, and the strategy I came up with is relatively consistent, but it can also easily go wrong if you... Well, I'm not quite as lucky. So, my basic strategy is I want to push those enemies together, then I want this... Oh, that's bad actually. I do want this druid to not actually attack me. Because this is really bad for me. Yeah, and I kind of want to avoid that. The druid is the worst enemy here of the bunch. And if I can avoid dying to the druid, we are fine. The druid is the lady in blonde. The issue about her is she has a hammer, kind of like Mint, but it stuns everybody on screen with a really high percentage chance. So we really want to avoid that from happening. So thankfully, we survived. This is a safe room, so we can revive everybody once again. Heal up everybody. Give Crest the proper ability, which is actually this thing. No, actually, no, I should not have done that. That's okay. Doesn't matter. I need to give him the pole arm because Flambert, even though she is supposedly fire, is not actually weak against ice at all. So alrighty, here, this is upcoming boss here. This is the guardian, kind of like Fangwolf is the guardian for the other part of the blade. This is Flambert, and she is the guardian for the other thing. She's a lot like Andini. Sometimes she's really nice and doesn't do anything and just gets destroyed. But usually she decides to go really brutal on trying to defeat us. I just keep trying to... wow. Hit her with Fury Slashes with Cress, and that's all I'm doing here. This is a pretty powerful ability that I'm using here. And as long as she doesn't defend too much, she should be defeated rather soon. There we go. Excellent. We defeated Flambert. She gives up the artifact that now will allow us to forge the blade. So the entire reason why we even want this ancient artifact blade, or more specifically all three portions, is because this will allow us to control space and time and manage to not let DOS escape anymore. So we've proven ourselves worthy. So that means we will now be able to assemble the blade. So how do we do this? Well, kind of the same way we repaired the rings earlier. We are just going to... go and return to the place of origin. Since this blade was a similar type of weapon forged between various species, and that was forged in that area. So that means we will be able to return it to its original state if we just request the help of the elves once more. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. And we are finally out of Thor's Tower. I'm pretty happy about that. Because as I said, this is one of the more intense portions to run through. Both because the mini-boss battles are pretty rough. But on top of that... hang on. 1, 2, 3. On top of that... also, of course, Arch is not allowed into the Elven Forest. This time she is going to wait outside. Hopefully. I just lost track of what I was saying. I'm sorry. I was saying something on top of that. Completely lose me now. Either way, we get into the Elven Village here, and here, Cress actually, you remember the broken bow at the beginning of the game when we first got teleported back into the past? Well, Cress still has that bow, and he requests the Elven guy here to repair that bow for Chester. The guy will need an entire day in order to repair the bow, however, he will be able to do so. So, that's what we are kind of requesting here. We ask him to repair the bow, and now we are going to go and sleep real quick. By the way, this is Archie's mother. I just want to point out, 150 years from the past, she's still alive. Wink wink. She also gives us a little present when we first arrive here, a broom, which unfortunately we have no use for. But of course, she just kind of asks us to give this to Archie. And here we gain the Elven Bow. Because Archie had to leave our party, we kind of need to make Chester a little bit useful now. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. And here we go, back into the Tree and Forest. Now the encounters in here are a lot more powerful than before, so we really don't want to get into an encounter here. So, what I need to do is equip Chester with the most optimal stuff that we have, and also give him a battle rune to increase his damage by 10% as well. Afterwards, let's see, we need to do this. What place will we go? Alrighty, I need to actually go to the front and have Chester sit here. There we go. And now we run through the entirety of the rainforest again. Thankfully, we only have to run inside, because it will teleport us outside at the end, which is a bit nicer than before, but it will still take a while to go in. Also, by the way, those little guys that are running around, those are called bush babies. Here. Kind of meow like cats. They're kind of cute. Either way, knowing that we need to go to the place of origin to repair or create the infinite blade. No, the eternal sword. There we go. Now I have the correct way of saying it. Well, we are here. I'm going to be saving here real quick. And we move on. So, alrighty. We want to reassemble the eternal blade. Eternal sword? Eternal sword. Eventually I'll get it. And of course, Archie couldn't wait. She needed to be here too. But hey, she's a really powerful mage now. And all of a sudden, Origin appears. And Origin just kind of challenges us. You really want me to assemble that sword again? Really? You know what kind of havoc that can cause. I need to test your ability that you can actually help and master it. So Origin, just kind of like summon spirits. He tests us in combat before he allows us to take control of a really, really powerful ability or artifact power, stuff like that. And now we are fighting Origin. If you paid attention, the first time we were here, you could actually briefly see Origin in the cutscene when he repaired the rings, which is actually a really, really subtle hint, and I actually really like that little detail. Also, Origin can either be really, really nice, like he is right now, or he can just be a butterfly and flutter around everywhere and be really difficult to take damage. This time he decided to be really nice. Also, Chester gains a few levels here. I would like to point out, Chester joined us at level 5 with basically no equipment at all. I gave him one bow and one item. He deals 1200 damage with each shot. So that's pretty useful. Either way, we defeat Origin and he tells us, alrighty, you want to go and defeat that dolls guy? Fine, you have my support. So, he assembles the 3 items, the ring from the Abyss of Thor, the Vorpal blade from Fenrir, and the Flambirch from Odin's Tower. And it assembles into the Eternal Blade. The ring is still somehow there. And you know what the ring is for? The ring is to form a pact. So Cress now here gains the Eternal Blade, and kind of like before, he actually gains new abilities while he gets a hold of the Eternal Blade. He now learned Teleport. He can now teleport around as well, because he kind of gains control over space and time while wielding the blade. It is actually really useful. On top of that, Origin just tells him he wants to get involved a little bit as well. He's, by the way, labeled as the King of Dwarves. That is Origin. And Origin is the most powerful summon spirits that we can acquire here. And he joins our party in battle against dolls. So, we decide to go back to Alvanista, and in the meantime, Runglom explains to us that they probably located the whereabouts of Daos. So it turns out that he has likely hidden his castle in the darkness of the village of Ari. The village of Ari has apparently an eternally dark area over surrounding because of the summoned spirit of darkness, Shade. Shade? I don't know whether it's Shade. It's not Shade, is it? Who cares? Either way, but it's always dark there, which means that is the perfect hideout for Daos, and they also managed to find some demons and track him down there. So that is going to be our next destination, and in fact, our final destination for this run before we go into the final dungeon. So, we enter Ari from the right, and we decide to go and to sleep first, because that's kind of what our party requests. Let's go and rest before we go on an adventure. And here Mint briefly halts Cress and asks him, hey Cress, come over here. I want to talk with you. Can you come outside for after a while? Alone. I would like to talk to you. Tastingo is now hosting you with a ton of viewers. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening, everybody. We're just about to close out on our little story run of Tales of Phantasia for the Super Nintendo. Welcome, everybody. Goes by Shadow and Symphonia, I see. So, Mint is just waiting outside. He looks a bit sad. In the meantime, Crest just goes, well, I guess I probably should meet Mint outside. And Clark asks, hey, Crest, what are you up to? And Crest goes, I just want to go for a walk. And Archie jumps up and, hey, that's a good idea, let me come with you. And Crest goes, no, I want to be alone, and runs away. And then, actually, Clark has an idea. He hasn't seen his home in a really long time. And he would like to know what happened back there. Basically, he's a little homesick, you could say. He doesn't actually tell anybody about that, but he summons Origin and asks him about, hey, can you grant me a little wish? But he asks actually Archie and Chester to, well, leave the room for a while, because that's a private affair. He doesn't really want them to see what he's doing. He's a bit embarrassed about it. Either way, what he actually ends up doing is he just asks Origin about something, and Origin replies, really? Are you really embarrassed about this? You're an adult, come on. And Origin just tells him, okay, I'm going to grant you this wish once. And what Kraft wishes for is to see his wife/girlfriend, I don't know, for just a little while. He wants to know what she's doing and how she's doing. And here, she is actually a teacher, teaches children of the village about various things, and that's how she manages to make her income. But on top of that, she just kind of paces around once in a while. Still waiting for Clark. Waiting... Where are you? She hopes he is well. And that's what Clark wasn't it? Just wanted to check in on her. Archie in the meantime is just kind of bored, standing around, and Chester goes, hey, what are you doing there? Do you want to go for a walk or what? And Archie goes, sure, why not? Chester goes, wait, no, it's way too cold, I'm not coming with you. And, well, Archie is being Archie. And just drags him with him. Because why not? At this point they have kind of become pretty good friends, I guess. Either way, in the meantime, that is basically while Clark is doing his stuff and Arch and Mint are just pacing around inside, Cress eventually arrives at the outside, sits, I guess, on an invisible bench next to Mint, or stands just there, and Mint just kind of asks, hey, do you recognize this? And Mint shows him the unicorn earring. Cress remembers that the unicorn earring is what he used to escape the prison cell. That artifact had so much power to break through a wall, and with that he managed to escape and also help Mint escape. Mint actually knew since a long time now that her mother is dead. Cress hasn't actually told her yet. What he initially told her is that she might be probably out there somewhere. But in fact, when Cress fell into unconsciousness after escaping the sewers, well, she found the unicorn earring and essentially knew what's up. And the essentially also thanked Cress for not telling her immediately, otherwise she was pretty sure she would not have managed to escape. So, next day, the guard tells us, we have located Dahl's castle. It is in the west cave. You can actually access it from there somehow, if you manage to get there, I guess. And, well, sure enough, we can access this, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So, I'm going to use a holy bottle here, and then buy new holy bottles before I do anything else. 15 pieces, and then I restock on everything else too, just to make sure we have a full supply of stuff in case we need it. We hopefully shouldn't need it, but you never know. Either way, we now have a holy bottle active already, which will last us into the dungeon a little bit. And I'm also going to talk to this soldier over here. So this soldier kind of tells us that we managed to fight some demons and also found something on one of the demons. And he recognizes us as the guys that are supposed to be fighting dolls and gives us the item. That item is called the Darius emblem, and it's going to be very important very soon. So either way. Somewhere around here, Dahl's castle is residing. It is currently hidden, but with the power of the Eternal Sword, we managed to actually reveal the location of Dahl's castle. On top of that, it seems to actually react with Dahl's castle, and not just reveal it. Hey Tastingo, thank you very much for the host, I really appreciate that. Tastingo! One of my favorite cards. Hope you're doing well over there. So, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the final fortress with the teleport ability of the Eternal Blade. I need to set up my character here. And once again swap up the setup a little bit. So, what I need to do is put Crest in the far front, Chester behind so he reaches forward. I need to equip the Eternal Blade on Crest here, and I also need to... No, that's pretty much okay. Let me check what else I need to do. Swapping forward, Crest with the Eternal Sword. Sword, use the quiet. No. Rune Bottle, mixed gels, Holy Bottle, deals. Alrighty. Alright, but that's all that we need to do. I actually already set up everything else, I think. Yes, I did. Just double checking. I could do this here as well, just for safety, just in case I need it. Alrighty, and here we get into the battle with one of the demons, the evil pineapple. Actually, it's called the Dark Eye, as you can clearly read actually for once. And this is what the Dark Eye really likes to do. It just loves to teleport into the middle of your party and completely destroy everybody. Which is actually an issue because he does so much damage. You see Crest has 909 and now basically max HP. But he still managed to kill Crest within 3 seconds if he decides to teleport on top of him, not just move towards him, and essentially hit him a bunch of times. So that's really bad for us. However, thankfully, because I split up the party like this, he did not kill everybody at the same time, so that's really handy. And we managed to defeat this Dark Eye without too much trouble. But you now know what those kind of enemies can do to us. And that will be even more relevant later. So, either way, we go over here, and Dahl's castle is a gigantic maze. We pick up a shield, which will help us tremendously go on a bit further. We open up a switch. Hit a switch, whatever. And that allows us to go over here. So, Dahl's castle is huge, as in insanely huge. Now I need to set up Crest for solo combat, actually. I gave him an ability that we learned earlier, which is a way faster way to attack with special attacks instead of just the long wind-up of the Furious Slash. I need to heal him up in case he takes damage. He didn't take damage. Heal him up here again. I also need to go and equip him with the item that we acquired earlier. Oh, not that. Where is it? There it is. That took me a while. The Darius emblem, because the Darius emblem is going to be extremely important just now. On top of that, I forgot to do that. I need to equip him with a laser sword now, that we bought earlier. And I believe that's it. Alright, that's it. Oh, shoot. Whoa, holy smokes. That was bad. I needed to use a holy bottle. That was lucky that I didn't get into an encounter there. So either way, the Darius emblem protects you from getting, well, kidnapped here. That's the entire reason why you equip the Darius emblem. So what do we do here now? This is a solo section for Crest. There are 5 Darius emblems and chests around here that we want to acquire. And I'm going to be doing just that. Use a holy bottle here, and I'm also going to swap out the Darius emblem for the Persian boots that I unequipped earlier. Because those battles here are pretty brutal. Those ninjas can either go very, very smooth. By the way, they are called Hanzo. they can either go very, very smooth or be an extreme pain. Like so, this guy is just being a pain right now. So this is the ability that I equipped. This is Magma Rift. Oh no, I'm sorry for the screen tearing a little bit. I'm not going to remove the poison quite yet. So I picked up a chest there that is a Darius, including a Darius emblem. I want to heal up now to full, remove the poison as well. Because as I said, those ninjas can be crazy brutal. They can remove half of my HP in less than a second if they get a good shot at me, and they attack extremely quickly. So it's kind of dangerous trying to take them on just like this, but it's actually also kind of my only option, really. So this is what can happen. Stop it. And there we go. The reason why I like Magma Rift right there is because it allows me to attack them without them actually being able to retaliate at all. Or more specifically, it's a really quick attack. Also, there would be another Hanzo fight here, but you can interact with this chest from a half a tile earlier, so I can just straight up go there and open it without actually getting to range of the Hanzo fight, which is really convenient. That was weird, I did not know that can happen. You can't just walk too far. I'm curious whether I can do something with that. Either way, this is the last Hanzo fight. We only need to do fight 3 out of the 4 because we can just open the chest from 1 tile further than the developers expected us to. And then we will have 5 Darius emblem in order to bring all 5 party members over there. Wow, this is the 3 out of 3. Oh boy, he really does not like us. I'm healing up. Whoa, alrighty. I was a little bit worried there, but it wasn't too bad. Okay. If we get the last Darius emblem, we now have 5 total, which means we will be able to go. Also, now we deliberately get kidnapped, and with the Eternal Blade we can actually open those jail cells. The other characters cannot open the jail cells without our help, so we need to actually get them. I used a Holy Bottle before interacting with this jail cell here, in order to get my allies back. Also, Chester has sprint boots for exactly this reason here. I can already run without having Mint in the party. So, now this area here is kind of tricky to navigate because even though I know the path, it is dark. And I only have a limited amount of steps until I need to get over here with the Holy Bottle just barely still active, which will run out just around here. Here? Maybe here? It should run out, there it is. I don't have particularly many steps to fight with. So either way, now we need to equip everybody with one of those Darius emblems. And then also exchange a party member for someone else. I'm going to exchange Mint for Archie. Spread out the party, deliberately so. And go and equip the last Darius emblem on Archie here. Now we can walk past. Okie dokie, and in the next menu I need to use a Holy Bottle here. And by the way, Holy Bottles are stretched out over the entirety of the castle, so I need to be kind of careful about everything. So, actually I kind of want to... No, whatever. I can just heal up here, heal up here. We can do this like that. We have enough resources. So, then I need to equip the Eternal Blade here again. I equip actually the Battle Rune here, since usually when I get caught I'm dead anyways. I'm equipping the Battle Rune on him as well. Once again. And that's all we do in this menu, I believe. Oh, no, not quite. I need to re-equip the Fury Slash ability, so we can actually deal with the upcoming eyes again. I hope I used the Holy Bottle. If I didn't, I'm going to get in combat here. I actually don't remember. I should probably use that at the end. So, alrighty. Here we pick up one of those chests. It contains a Holy Bottle. And here we're going to save for safety. And we are over here. I'm not supposed to run this far. No, I'm not supposed to run this far. Oh, that's bad. Also, I forgot to equip the... Do you remember I picked up a shield? I was supposed to equip that thing. That's pretty bad. Resurrection. That's really bad for us. I was not supposed to run there, so that's another unintentional encounter I got into. Thankfully, Cress has so much HP, it almost doesn't matter. Almost, I say. It does kind of matter. I'm going to try and revive Chester in the meantime. Hopefully he revives before I complete the battle. Yep. Okay, at least Chester gains a few more levels here, which is going to be helpful. But I really should not have run that stretch. This is a safe room. I only needed to reach that room there without an encounter. But I kind of messed that up quite a bit. So, either way, I need to use rune bottles. Where are my rune bottles? There we go. Rune bottles. On the mix gummies. I don't actually know Japanese, by the way, so it takes me usually a while to find stuff in my inventory. Which is why inventory management is so important in this game. Did I not buy new mix gummies? I'm pretty sure I bought new mix gummies. There they are. Wow, that took me way too long to find them. Alrighty. We use mix gummies now. Miracle gummies. Those are way better than anything else. That took me way too long to find them. Alrighty, this is the worst encounter in the game. This is double Dark Eye battle. Do you remember how rough the first one was? Well, this one is going to be even worse. If one of those guys decides to teleport into the middle of our party, well, we are going to be in bad shape. Those evil pineapples essentially will try to usually cast a really lengthy spell, Meteor. You don't want to have them complete the Meteor spell for obvious reasons, because that deals about 6,500 damage to everybody. So yeah, however, I'm casting Origin here on the back pineapple, well, seal eye, as they are called, in order for me to prevent the back seal eye from casting anything. That's the entire reason as to why I'm using Origin here. Technically there is a spell called Meteor in this area as well, however, I skip getting it. But I would like to point out that the battle background in this area looks amazing. So, I would like to point out that those seal eyes have been behaving really well, and they did not cause any trouble whatsoever. In my personal best, which by the way completed the run about 4 minutes ago, I died, I think 3 times to those. Straight up. They are kind of ridiculous. So, either way, now we are walking back outside. And once again, this place is gigantic. And so I need to preserve as many holy bottles as I can until I know where I am and I can start running. More specifically, if you have ever wondered how do I know when to use holy bottles? Well, the short version is, I have mapped out this entire game for exactly when I need to start using those holy bottles. I forgot to split, who cares? So I have mapped out this entire game as to when I need to use those holy bottles, and also exact path that I'm walking, everything. So if I get off track of the path and I forget where I need to use a holy bottle and accidentally get into an encounter, that's why. Or what can also happen is I forgot where I'm supposed to run, where I'm supposed to walk. Since if you didn't catch it, if I'm running like this, instead of walking like this, I actually get into encounters twice as quick, which means, obviously for a speedrun, I want to run as much as possible in order for me to, well, take as much advantage of the entirety of the steps. Otherwise, in the end, I'm going to have holy bottles left over if I just walk the entire castle instead of running. But it's kind of difficult to remember as to where I'm supposed to use those steps or those running abilities. So that's where the practice portion comes in. Also here, I stand next to the sign. I can actually interact with this sign from the side. It increases my step counter by 1 every time I do. So this entire room was now encounterless, and 255 steps in here allow me to run all the way to here, use another holy bottle, and pick up this chest. This chest contained an hourglass. 1 hourglass is all I need for the rest of this area. So, alrighty, I believe I can run this distance here. Yes, I actually can run here. I forgot that I could run. So it's technically better to forget that I could run than to forget where I should walk, but I do lose time regardless, so I should probably run as efficiently as possible. So, I have 4 holy bottles left, which I think is gonna be enough. Use the next one against the wall here. By the way, I would like to point out the window, it's going to get higher and higher up in the tower. So in a sense, we are kind of ascending a really tall tower, or maybe something else is happening to the fortress since we are now well above the sky, if you noticed. This is the last holy bottle, that's all we need. This room is a safe room, actually contains no encounters, so we can run through half of this room, and then we can walk through the rest here. So we go higher up and higher up and higher up, and everything seems a bit weird here. So, complete this section here. Wish me good luck for the battle. But, before that, here we encounter Dawes. Now Dawes is one of those guys who just kind of was... not usually seems to do stuff without reason. And Mint starts actually questioning here. Why did you do all this? And Dawes just kind of goes, does that really matter now? You chased me through time. Let's get this over with. And Mint essentially, or Cress and Chester accuse Dawes of he just wants to take over the world. Also, I will explain what happens here in just a second. We win. They accuse Dawes to wanting to take over the world, when in reality he had completely different plans. But after we defeat him, what do I want with your little annoying world? I hate your world so much. Why would I want to reign over it? So, the short version is Dawes apparently is from a different planet entirely. He's so powerful because he's not actually human. Not even a large human for that matter. So, this is Dawes. I have my plans for him. And I would like him to disappear into blue. There we go. And now we use the hourglass that we just picked up to stop time for him for 5 seconds. Walk behind him. And, well, Dawes has actually absolutely no script coded as to what he's supposed to do when you're standing behind him. So he literally doesn't do anything anymore. So we win. Archie actually does a bit of damage too. That's the first time I've seen that. Either way, Dawes, if you get behind him in the SNES version, you win. It's pretty much as simple as that. So, alrighty, what did I do on the first Dawes encounter? The first Dawes encounter actually normally has 56,000 HP. However, I just dealt a little bit over 7,000 damage in order to defeat him. What happened there is kind of something I alluded to earlier. I will be explaining that a bit more precisely in the credits, but let me first off return back to the story. So Dawes apparently is actually not from Earth at all. In fact, he comes from a faraway planet called Karlan. And we just defeated him here. Goodbye. So Karlan, as Dawes was going to be explaining to us is a planet that is in severe need of mana. Those people are actually living off mana, kind of like summoned spirits. They need mana to survive. However, their source of mana have all dried out, and Daos was tasked to go to a different planet and try to gather enough mana to create a mana seed and send it back home, so his planet could survive. So as it turns out, he actually never cared about ruling the world or anything silly like that. He just wanted to save his own world. And the reason why he couldn't just do this peacefully, he tried initially to negotiate. Remember when the elves were accusing the humans of being greedy, really greedy? Well, it turns out the humans refused the request of the elves to stop using Magitech. The reason why the elves destroyed Hamel and also Midgard later is because they were using Magi technology, which used up mana way faster than it could replenish, and that actually led to the decay and rotting of the mana tree. Those had nothing to do with it. There's even a little cutscene you can see when you go to the mana tree here at a specific point in the game. I believe it's just before Volt. Either way, it turns out the greedy people of Midgard were the ones that they did not want to give up Magi technology, and that weird man that no one knew where he was from, well, they didn't listen to him at all. Sure, he requested something great, but he had a good reason for it. And Daos, he tried to negotiate initially, and essentially, eventually, reached for more desperate measures. He formed pacts and, well, gained control of a lot of demons and an army, and decided to try and stop the humans forcefully from using up the mana so quickly. The mana cannon you just saw there used up so much mana that it essentially just completely destroyed the tree. That is why in the old present for Mint and Crest, the mana tree was completely withered away. Magi technology is the reason. He didn't just destroy anything without a reason. Also, you could say he did kill an entire village, or let, well, essentially lets the Black Knight kill an entire village in order for him to get out, but I mean, what other option did he have to get free from the sealed sarcophagus that he was stuck in? So Mint decides to make sure that no one is going to touch the mana tree ever again, and creates a really powerful barrier around the mana tree here. Well then, it turns out the humans have been the bad guys. After all. To be fair, Mint, Crest, Chester, Archie, Clarf, we all had good reasons to go after Daos and try to stop him, considering that we were the victims of his actions as well, even though we were not involved. So, Crest uses the Eternal Blade in order to travel back in time to where he and Archie were residing. He and Mint were originally from. They have no longer any need to stay in the future, so, well, they go back. And of course that also means now it is time for the final goodbye. So, essentially, as I said, Archie has her father still in the past, who is not going to live as long to meet her again. Also, he would be waiting 100 years. Clarf, he still has his wife back there. And that means they are never going to meet Clarf anymore. And it's going to take 100 years to meet Archie again, which is a really long time to wait. So, after all that adventure, they essentially survived together. Well, through ups and downs, after all, it takes a bit of a bittersweet ending, you could say, where Clarf and Archie have to return. They are not going to see each other anymore, or at least not for a long time. And Chester's just kind of facing away, hiding a little. He did make peace with Archie, maybe a bit more than that, it's kind of hard to tell. I'm not sure the fan translation is accurate, but, well, they seem to like each other a little bit. And once again, I love the details, watch Mint here. And also Clarf, slowly returning home. His lady just sprinting up to him, recognizing. Even though he's safe home, he's kind of sad. And Archie, well, she returns back to the Elven village, now that she's basically the most powerful mage. Anyone daring to stop her from meeting her mother probably would not be in good company. And in the end, Archie, Mint and Crest decide to build up their home village once again, and also Mint, finally, gets to lay her mother to rest, who was basically still in the prison. And after all, there might be just a little bit of justice, because Martel, the dryad that was guarding the mana tree, decides to sacrifice her energy and the last remaining energy that was stuck with Daos to create another mana seed by fusing their bodies. Well then, the mana seed is on its way back to Darius Karlan, about 150 years probably after Daos arrived, probably more than that. And that's the credits. So ladies and gentlemen, I promised to explain how I did the final battle so quickly. So the short version what I did is already, as I explained, the game keeps track of how much physical damage you deal to Daos, because by story Daos is invulnerable to physical attacks. How it is actually represented in the game is that as long as he is above, I think, 30,000 HP, he will heal 100% of the damage you deal physically to him. Only spells basically stick damage, and healing means anytime he can do basically anything, just move. It doesn't even take an action from him. Either way, what that means is the game just keeps track. If you use an hourglass and stack physical damage on him, and after the hourglass runs out, he will just heal the full amount. On the 30,000, he will heal only half of it. And on the 20,000, he does not heal any of it anymore from physical damage. That is why I was able to kill Daos in the present, where he only had 16,250 hit points by just using 2 chronoglasses. He did not heal in between hits, even though all the damage I dealt was physical. But remember, I actually did a save and reset manipulation to go through the Abyss of Thor. Since that is a random portion and I can just RNG manipulate it, I did that there, which also wiped out all the variables that were still present in the game. Afterwards, I did never reset anymore. I actually made a point, if I die, I just need to straight up die, but I cannot reset and reload the game, because otherwise I would lose the variable that I set during the second Daos fight. In the second Daos fight, I dealt 16,250 HP in physical damage just straight up. That variable for Daos to heal how much was still now containing that value, 16,250. The final Daos fight has 56,000 HP, which means 56,000 HP plus 16,250 equals roughly 72,000, which, if you know anything about bit values, it essentially means the HP can have a maximum value of 65,535. That is the maximum possible value that the game actually can handle at all. So what I did there, in short, is I just did that much damage in physical damage. Those healed in the final battle immediately at the beginning for 16,250. Which means it overflowed his HP value, and the short version, in the end, he was just left with about 7,000 HP. That is essentially nothing, and with me just being able to actually connect a Fury Slash at the beginning and Chester throwing another arrow at him, I killed him off within just 2 attacks. So the final last battle only had 2 attacks, which is why I say the 2 Seal Eye battles is the most difficult battle in the game. And well then, the story actually concludes on a bit of a positive note. Archie and Mint and Cress just kind of ask Chester, "Hey Chester, do you want to come with us? We are going to visit someone." Chester goes, "Who? Who are we going to visit?" "Archie, of course. Let's go and visit Archie. She probably has been waiting for us since a long time, since well about 100 years, to meet us again. So well then, let's go." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Tales of Phantasia. The complete story in an entire run. Now the game is no longer going. This is just ending on a bit of a positive note after the bittersweet ending where, well, they're never going to meet Clark again. I just really like the details they put into the cutscenes. Essentially just all the little character movements seem very deliberate. At the end, when Clark teleports away with the Eternal Blade, by the way, he promises to place the Eternal Blade in a safe place where no one can access it anymore. And you see Archie just kind of facing back, looking at them as long as possible, and Mint just trying to, as if to stop them, run up to them and then stopping anyways. So, well then. Creepy 6-legged horse for the win. Yeah, this is Sleipnir, apparently. Although I thought Sleipnir was actually a black horse, but that's a different thing. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed a run. By the way, now that I think about it, why is the horse in the game winged? Sleipnir can actually just straight up run through the air, and it doesn't have wings in this scene either. That's kind of strange. Whatever. So, that was it. Complete story. Thank you very much for listening, for watching, and being around. I really appreciate your presence. And I hope you enjoyed the little story. I'm going to try and improve my storytelling ability a little bit. Probably listen to my own lore percent from a fair bit earlier, just to make sure that I'm not, well, telling you too much garbage about what actually happens, what didn't happen, or vice versa, to just kind of leave out important plot points. So I will be practicing or trying to look into that a bit more. But the next run is likely going to be one day before the SNES Superstars Marathon. I feel like now I'm ready. My estimate is 4.5 hours to beat the game. As you can see, I easily met this here, and that is mostly thanks to the rerouting. With my old route, I actually kind of struggled getting under 4.5 hours, so I was a bit worried initially. But, well, we are well off now. Alrighty. That's that. I've been